Subscribe to never miss a new scary story. 50 states, 50 allegedly true tales of horror. Can you survive them all? Get ready for a trip across the United States, because each of these true scary stories are from a different state. Enjoy. And don't forget that you can download this whole episode as an MP3 for free with the link in the description. You can also submit your stories at darknessprevails.org for a chance to have them appear on the show. Thank you. Rugaru from Warning Page 803. Location: Hayden, Alabama. Read by Stories, Fables, and Ghostly Tales.
My grandmother's farm was situated on 15 acres of land north of Hayden, Alabama. It was several hours from our home, and we would make the drive there a handful of times a year, mostly in the summers. I can remember the anticipation I would feel as we drove up the long driveway to find the modest house, which my grandfather Elmer had built with his bare hands, perched atop the hill. Picturing it now, I see the rusted tin roof, the weathered porch, and the dilapidated barn that stood out back. As a child, none of that mattered to us, obviously. We spent our days roaming the rolling countryside, swimming in a nearby creek and playing on the old oak that grew beside the house, whose branches were so large they scraped the ground. The fields surrounding the farmed house were no longer fertile, providing ample space for us to properly conduct the adventures we concocted in our minds, and were surrounded by the dense forests of the Alabama countryside. I always cherished the time I spent with my grandmother. When we were inside, she was always singing to us, telling us stories about when she was a girl, teaching us how to make things out of sticks and string, and passing down the type of random wisdom that only a grandmother can. Unfortunately, I never knew my grandfather. My grandmother said he died in a hunting accident when I was very young. I heard so much about him from her and my parents, however, that I felt like I knew him. He was a large man, strong as an ox, my grandmother would say, who would farm the fields from sunup to sundown, without so much as a whisper of a complaint. My grandmother, her family of Cajun descent, had met my grandfather at school in Louisiana, and the two had moved out to this land, left to them by Elmer's uncle, to start a life together. My mother had been born in this very farmhouse. I respected my grandmother more than any other person on the earth. She was not without her quirks, the strangest of which was her insistence that we follow 3 specific rules as long as we were there. I can remember her pulling my sister and I close, kissing us on the forehead, and gently reminding us about them each time we arrived, her frail and wrinkled hands cradling ours. Don't leave food outside. No singing past dark, and most importantly, never go into the woods. She never explained why they were important, only that they were important. The rules were something we rarely questioned. Grandma said to follow them, so we did. Simple as that. The first 2 were pretty easy. I wasn't much of a singer, and we didn't have food outside unless my grandmother had given it to us. But the third was a bit more challenging. Her property was surrounded by woods on all sides, with a buffer of several hundred yards between the house and the tree line, and my sister and I were often tempted to go exploring within. We'd ask permission, stating our ages as proof that we were responsible and could take care of ourselves. Without fail, she would always reply, "The rules are for your safety, Shah. You mustn't break them." Shah is a Cajun word that means dear. For the sake of clarity, I'm translating the rest of her Cajun speak into regular English for this account. I can remember one evening, when my sister was only 3 or 4 years old, when she accidentally left some food outside. We had been eating bologna sandwiches on the back steps. I remember we both liked ours smashed down and cut into little squares. Having finished mine, I had gone inside to get something to drink, and she had followed me, leaving her plate behind. Later that night, we were all in front of the fireplace, curled up in Grandma's lap under one of her large quilts, telling stories and laughing when we heard something scratching at the back door. Immediately, I felt her body tense underneath me, and she shot a glance over to my father, who was sitting on the floor. He tried to keep her face blank, but I could see the worry creeping through. "What is that, Grandma?" I asked. "Probably just a raccoon." "Probably just a raccoon," my father said, starting to stand. "Sha, let me," Grandma said. My father picked us up from her lap, gently placed us on the floor as she made her way to the back of the house. A few moments later, she walked back into the den and sat back down. She was holding my sister's empty plate from earlier. When my sister saw the plate and the look on my grandmother's face, she burst into tears. "It's okay," she said, hugging my sister tightly. "Let's do our best not to do this again, okay?" Later that night, when everyone was in bed, I crept out from beneath the covers and tiptoed to the back door. It was open. I don't think the house had air conditioning, and the doors were often left open with the screen doors closed to keep the bugs out. I was old enough to be curious about what happened earlier, and young enough to not be scared about what I might find. There was a single bulb above the back door that cast a narrow beam of light that illuminated the back steps. On the top 2 steps, bathed in the eerie light of the dim bulb, were dozens of long, black hairs. After the food incident, I became a bit more aware about the things that happened around the farmhouse and started to have the notion that my grandmother was hiding something. I wasn't sure what it was, but whatever was at the back door was part of it. The next year, my sister and I found a dead deer about 50 yards in from the tree line. I think it was a deer at least. Its head was completely missing, and its body was completely mutilated. Even at my young age, I knew no other animal had done that. When I told my grandmother about it, rather than being shocked, she acted as if it was commonplace, saying to stay away from it, and that my father would take it away somewhere. The next year, there was one night where we were all woken by something banging around in the barn. In the morning, when we went out to investigate, it was clear that someone had vandalized it. One of the barn doors was completely ripped off of the front, and everything inside was torn apart, like someone was looking for something. Grandma said it must have been thieves looking for iron to scrap. But what thief would go looking for iron in a barn in the middle of nowhere? Later that same trip, as I was playing on the old oak, I noticed my sister had strayed rather close to the tree line. The next thing I knew, I saw my father sprinting across the fields towards her. When he reached her, he grabbed her, threw her over his shoulder, and sprinted back towards the farmhouse. He had scared the shit out of her, so I guess that's why she was crying hysterically. But my father never would say why he had to get her away from there so quickly. There were other incidents like that over the years, but what they meant in some I had never figured out. The last time I visited my grandmother's farm was the summer I turned 16. It was the summer my grandmother finally told me about the secret she had been keeping for so long. At 16, as most kids are, I was pretty defiant. I still had great respect for my grandmother, don't get me wrong, but I was growing a bit tired of the seemingly arbitrary nature of her rules, especially the third one. Never go into the woods. What was I? 5? By that time, I had basically run out of things to do at the farm, and wanted desperately to explore the woods I had been barred from entering for so long. So one day, I did. It was an exceptionally hot July day, and I decided to follow the little creek that wound through the corner of our property into the woods. The foliage was dense and unforgiving, blocking out much of the sun and providing much needed respite from the heat. I kicked my shoes off and began walking along the creek's sandy bay, losing myself in the hum of the water as it rushed around various sticks and stones and the chatter of the birds and insects around me. When I had gone far enough that I couldn't see the tree line, I noticed that aside from the sound of the water, I couldn't hear the sounds of the birds or insects any longer. The forest had become deathly silent. The air was unnaturally still, creating an odd sense of uneasiness within me. Never forgetting my grandmother's warnings and believing I had somehow worn out my welcome, I hastily turned to head back to the farmhouse. I stopped when I heard the crack of a branch far off in the distance behind me. Afraid to look back, I started walking again. A few steps later, I heard it again. It was the sound of someone or something moving through dense underbrush in my direction. I turned slowly, and what I saw scared the living shit out of me. In the distance, I saw the silhouette of some lumbering beast walking towards me through the forest. It was tall, over 6 feet, and looked mostly like a man, except there appeared to be ears sprouting from the top of its dark head. I could see its eyes, large and yellow, shining at me even though the rest of its head was shrouded in darkness. I stumbled backwards, falling into the sandy water, then turned and tore through the woods, sprinting over rocks and pine cones and briars in a mad dash to escape whatever was coming for me. I didn't even bother stopping to grab my shoes. When I made it back to the farmhouse, I slammed the outer door and locked it shut, then ran inside to find my grandmother. I found her sitting at the kitchen table, preparing some beans for dinner. I was a mess. I was covered in sweat, wet and sandy, and I'm sure my eyes belayed my terror. When she looked up at me, she could tell immediately that something had happened. "Were you in the woods?" was all she asked. "I'm sorry, Grandma. I didn't know. There was a thing. I stumbled over my words, not sure exactly what to say to her. Instead of being angry, she looked at me with sadness in her eyes and motioned for me to come and sit beside her. My foot was bleeding, and once she had bandaged it up, she began to tell me a story. The Rugaru is what you saw. It's also called a Rugaru outside of Louisiana, I believe. My mother used to tell me the tales about a monster, part man and part wolf, that would roam the swamps around her home and snatch children who had strayed too far from their parents. A children's fable, surely, which I never really believed it to be true, yet the stories still scare me. It wasn't until we moved here to the farm that I realized it wasn't just a story. Your grandfather, on one of his hunting trips, found the carcass of an animal that had been ripped to shreds beyond recognition. He hunted the animal he believed had caused it, thinking it was a bear, and finally tracked it to its den deep in the forest. It was no bear, child. Your grandfather described it as a man with long dark hair covering his body, yet with the head of a wolf, just like the stories. The two fought, your grandfather prevailing, but not before being gravely injured. Several hours after he came back that night, a sickness overtook him. He wailed and moaned in his sleep that night, and in the morning his eyes had sunken into his head and the hair on his body had started to grow long and deep black. A few hours later, he was gone. I guess he had realized what was happening and didn't want to endanger me. The thing you saw today in the forest, child, that was your grandfather. My heart was broken, having lost the only man I had ever loved. I didn't know how to cope with it. I would sit out on the back steps and sing old songs that my mother would sing to me, and I would see him, or rather it, would creep out of the forest to listen, only coming close enough to show me that he was there. I would leave food out on the back steps at night, and he would come and eat, always licking the plate clean. I don't think the transformation was complete then. Your grandfather was still there inside, somewhere. I hope he could somehow come back from whatever he had become. Then I started to hear the howling and find the dead animals. That's when I knew your grandfather was gone. The rules, now you can see, are meant to protect you, child. He is drawn to the food and to the singing, still remembering how I confronted him during those early days. And anything that goes into the woods doesn't come out alive. I'm thankful you're here. This must be your last trip here, child. Now that he has seen you close up, he will have a taste for your blood, and he won't stop until he drains every last bit from your body. Your grandfather has several guns here, but I dare not use them, and I caution you to heed this warning. I see the look in your eyes. If you did succeed in killing him, I fear you would face the same fate as your grandfather. If the old tales are true, he who kills the Rugaru eventually becomes one.
The Goatman of Alaska by Female Vampire. My name is Karin. My husband Tom and I are both 30 years old. We live in Anchorage, Alaska, in a house that looks like a log cabin, but has all the facilities inside: electricity, water, and all that good stuff. We live in the house with our cute 10-year-old son Michael and our Siberian Husky Tundra. Now, Tom is also a deer hunter and a crab fisherman, and I work as a nurse. We travel around in a big red Jeep that can go into the wilderness easily. I have my own little yellow off-road vehicle as well, and I love taking my son Michael into the Alaskan wilderness, checking out all the lovely wildlife there, like deer, fox, moose, bald eagles, and other things. We love living in Alaska, but something out of the ordinary happened to us a few months ago. My family was all traveling through the Alaskan wilderness together one weekend when we saw an enormous grizzly bear running away in fright from something. Well, I, and probably the rest of us, were wondering what in the world could have scared a huge, fearsome bear like that. A strange-looking creature emerged from the darkest part of the woods. The thing was about 6'8" in height. It had a goat-like face and horns on top of its head. The lower part of its body was shaped like a goat as well, and had fur all over. And as you'd expect, its feet were hooves, and its legs were especially muscular. Seconds after it appeared, we were hit by this overpowering smell of horse manure. My whole family shook at the size of the creature. The beast could run fast as well, as only moments after it appeared out of the bushes, it had traveled a few dozen yards. But that's when it stopped and apparently saw my family in our Jeep. At the same time, the goat-like creature and my family both had the same idea. We turned the Jeep around and began to go on our way, and when I looked back, I saw it disappear into the woods. As we were heading back home, calling the day short, I heard it scream in the distance. Maybe it wasn't that creature, but considering the timing, I think it was. When we got back to the house, my husband locked all the doors as we then put our son to bed early. I later went to bed, but my husband would not budge from the window as he watched outside the entire night. Honestly, I'd never seen him so worried before. The next day, I had a good day at my nursing job, and I came home with my family. My son Michael was playing outside when suddenly he called to me. "Mommy, come here. Look at this, look at this." He sounded so happy, so I rushed outside to see what he wanted to show me. But I didn't see Michael. "Mommy, over here," my son called to me. I followed his voice and saw that it was coming from near the edge of the woods nearby. As I made my way toward his voice, excited after an exhausting day of work to see what my son was so excited about, something grabbed me by the hand. I was startled at first, and I looked down. There he was, my son Michael. I was confused. I looked back up into the edge of the woods, where my son's voice was originally coming from, and there I saw the silhouette, similar to the thing we had seen the day before. I was shaking all over. I was shaking so bad that my son asked me, "Mommy, are you okay?" And the worst part about it was, when I heard his voice for the next week, my own son's voice, it chilled me. I told my son that everything was fine, that I just needed some air, and then we went back inside the house. I told my husband about what had happened, and his face paled. There wasn't an ounce of disbelief in him. He trusted me. Later that night, when Tom and I got into bed, we were both thinking of what we should do about this, if anything, when we suddenly heard something strange outside. It was humming. Someone was outside, humming around our house. And the strange part was, it was alluring. It made me want to get up and go outside. We waited it out, and eventually it stopped. We then immediately got Michael and made him sleep with us that night. The only thing we could do was stay tightly grouped together in that bed that night, and the next few nights for that matter. Little did we know that that was the end of it. Thank God, nothing else has happened so far. But this was my story of how that goat-like creature tormented my family. For what reason, I don't think I'll ever know.
Skinwalker in the Pines. From The Woodsman, and experienced by Reddit user Jacob LMAO. Location, Arizona. I've had a draft of this story set up for a while before I gained the courage to share it. It made me question everything. My faith, my eyes, my friends, and worst of all, my sanity. I've decided it's time to let someone else know about this. Maybe that will help me move on. At least that's what I hope. For my sake, and maybe even yours. I recently moved westward to Arizona. I'm a devout Christian, and never once before this happened had I ever believed that there was an entity in existence that we couldn't hunt down with our modern advancements. It's 2019, for heaven's sake. If we want to find something, you'd figure that we could and would. My story begins the 23rd of December of 2018. I was in Arizona at this point, a bit north of Phoenix. My friends and I, in our Christmas spirit, decided to head out north of town, about 5 or so miles into the woods. It was cold that night. Some of my friends shivered and displayed obvious signs of being underdressed. I was layered fairly well, and yet still the winds and frigid cold punctured through my jacket and onto me. We wanted to make a bonfire that night, warm up, enjoy ourselves, have a few drinks. I knew as soon as I entered the car that something was off. I felt uneasy, sick, and something told me to just stay home. But I couldn't put my finger on just what, and I ignored my looming feelings of anxiety. I picked up my friends and headed to the park as usual. I'm a huge nature lover and always felt safe in the confines of the forest and park. I felt in control, at ease, but not that night. It may sound cliché, but I'll be darned if it didn't feel like something was watching me. And when I'd gotten far enough down the trail that turning back would be no hasty endeavor, it finally hit me why I felt so odd. That same year, during the prior summer, I had been here before. It's not a spot we usually go to, and thus I was not as familiar with it, nor were my friends. We were coming out for the same reason as we were in December, for a few drinks around a bonfire. I, however, hadn't had any spirits that night. It became my job instead to gather firewood. I didn't mind. A chance to survey the area around us wouldn't be too bad. Yet before I even left our site, things took a turn for the strange. I was at the edge of the light cast from the small bonfire that I was to gather more fuel for. In the faint glow of the far trees, I caught the smallest sight of something dart behind a tall pine tree. I called back to my friends to ask if it wasn't out of the ordinary for people to be hanging around in this spot, but my question was met only with silence from them as they continued to drink. I took a few more steps beyond the comfort of the blaze, keeping my eyes fixed upon the shadowy entity behind the tall, dark trees. I could faintly tell that it had moved in a slight bobbing motion, like a buoy upon the tide. My immediate thoughts drew a blank as to why someone would be out here doing this. Maybe I was seeing things, or it was just a prank of some sort. I opened my mouth to call out, maybe pull a joke, but was mortified when I realized I could not speak. Something inside me prevented me from making any noise at all. As swiftly as it came, the shadow took off into the distance like a flash. I fell back on the ground and kicked around like a spooked animal. My friends saw this and laughed at me, thinking I was drunk. I stammered out a line about what I'd seen, but their only response was one of questioning looks that were asking if I was stupid. For the rest of the night, I never dared to step beyond the beams of the bonfire. As I walked down the trail on my frigid December hike, I remembered what I'd seen and felt on that summer night, and my stomach dropped. My friends were slurring out Christmas carols and other drunk epiphanies, and I knew they wouldn't listen to me even if I spoke out, so I prayed for the best and kept walking. But that was my biggest mistake. Again, I hadn't been drinking that much that night. I don't enjoy alcohol as much as some of my friends, and often I was the sober one, responsible for hurting them back home when the night was over. However, to calm my tense nerves, I relaxed and enjoyed a bit of rum. It was Christmas after all, and it worked pretty well. We were all having fun again, enjoying our festive feelings and savoring the crisp forest atmosphere. Soon, nature was calling my name, and forgetting my prior ordeal, I began to walk away from the fire to relieve myself. I walked a fair 150 feet away, not wanting to be seen doing my business. I was never far enough away from the bonfire to be unable to hear my friends' voices echoing through the woodlands. From behind me, my friend Corbin, who had come along for the festivities, called out my name. I'll admit now that I was tipsy, but nowhere near enough to not be able to differentiate reality from drunken visions. I remember calling back to him in return, saying to hold on a second. I zipped up and returned from around the tree I was behind to see what he wanted. I don't know what it was, but it sure as all heaven above and hell below wasn't Corbin. It took me a minute for my woozy mind to put this together and to stop walking. I'm thankful that I did. This being stood tall, at least 6 or 7 feet. Its eyes burned like fire, and it moved from a dog-like crouch position to towering over me. The moonlight of the cold night radiated off of its dark, slender body with an inhuman sheen. I began to sob, violently so. My mind ran in panicked circles. Seconds felt like lifetimes as my world ground to a halt at the clawed feet of the beast that I was sure would take my life right then, right there. I did the only thing I could think to do. I dropped to my knees and began to pray. This monster, to my petrified brain, had to be the devil himself. To imagine the devil as anything worse than what stood in front of me was impossible. It did not like my plea to God. An unholy shriek of what I can only think to describe as someone singing aloud with lungs full of water rang out. I screamed in terror, and with all the strength I could muster, I lunged backwards towards the forest floor, running as fast as my legs could carry me. I fell a few times, I think in sheer panic. I just couldn't manage to get my body to work properly when I knew that thing was near. When I returned in a panicked craze to the fire, covered in dirt, sweat, and tears, I managed to wheeze out what happened through my sobs. I could tell they doubted whether or not what I was desperately stammering to them was real or not. I think I was so purely and simply scared in that moment that I may have had a small seizure, because everything else in that night was a blur. I remember stumbling back to the truck, leaving. I remember waking up the next day with a multitude of texts from my friends asking if I felt okay. And I remember the last I saw of the thing while I made my frenzied flee. I saw it smile at me through the dark of the forest, then skittered back off into thin air. I know I sound crazy. If I were you, I wouldn't believe me either. But you don't have to. All you have to know is, for the love of God, never forget that we are not alone on this earth.
The Dogman of Arkansas. Submitted by Eli. Back in the summer of 1995, I was 15 years old. I spent a lot of my time out at my grandparents' place in a very backwoods rural area, a little southeast of Little Rock. They lived down a series of dirt roads in the same house they had been in since my mom was a child, so the place was pretty ancient. The closest town was roughly 10 miles as the crow flies, and the nearest neighbor was around 2 miles up the road. I grew up in the woods, and my entire childhood was spent playing in them and hunting in them with my grandpa. By 15 years old, I was pretty well versed in the native wildlife. But this one evening in the summer of 1995, I saw something that would make me question everything I ever knew and make me never want to return to the woods again. To begin, whenever I stayed with my grandparents, my grandfather had a very strict policy of being inside the house before nightfall. One evening, though, my cousin and I had strayed out a little too far, and soon darkness began to set on our way back. It was one of those evenings where the sky was red and orange, streaked with only a few clouds as the sun set and night began to take over. It wasn't quite dark and it wasn't quite light. It was that kind of in-between where the sun isn't all the way down and the sun was low on the horizon, casting eerie shadows across the landscape. That time just before night, when everything takes on a bit more of a sinister tone. Though nothing has seemingly changed from daylight, everything now seems more creepy. Soon we emerged from the woods. My grandfather had hunting dogs, and where we came out of the woods that night was an area across the open field behind my grandparents' house, next to the dog pen, and across from that an old barn. That barn was from an era of days gone by. It was no longer used and was falling apart. It was so old and in ruins that we were forbidden from entering it. Last thing we needed to do was step on a rusty nail or something. It was in that very spot that the way I looked at the world would be forever changed. As we neared that dog pen, we began to hear the sound of all of my grandpa's hunting dogs making quite the racket over something. As we approached, we could see them all looking towards that old barn, hackles raised, letting on that something was over in that direction. It was about this moment my nostrils were filled with the strong odor of wet dog, rotting animal, and urine. The smell was so powerful, it made me and my cousin both gag. Dumbfounded by the situation, I looked towards the barn, and what I saw is forever scarred into my mind. There was a creature there that only resembled a canine. It was peering at us from around the corner of the barn. It had one hand wrapped around the corner, and only the top half of it was exposed. It almost appeared to be grinning at us, revealing huge, sharp-looking teeth. To me, this thing looked more like a massive hyena in the face. It had very pointed ears that sat atop its head, and matted fur that kind of covered its head and chest very thick, similar to that of a lion's mane. Then that fur thinned out towards the chest area. It stepped out the rest of the way from around the corner, and the thing was walking upright, like a person, but it had the backwards jointed legs like a dog. Its hands resembled that of a human's, but reminded me of a raccoon's paws as well. It had claws, and its palms had what looked like the padding of a dog. Its arms stretched low, and it had some sort of a slumped-over posture. It looked like it was just as well at home walking on all fours as well as 2 legs. All in all, this creature was reddish-brown in color, and stood at the very least 7.5 feet tall, and it was built like a stack of bricks. We stood there too afraid, too intimidated and confused to move. At that point, we were in complete disbelief of what we were seeing. Then this thing, whatever it was, let out a growl so loud and deep, I could feel it reverberate in my bones. I had a handgun with me, but I didn't feel like it would be anywhere near enough to stop this thing if it ever came at us.
I know you're not supposed to run from a predator, especially not so suddenly, but in that moment, it's exactly what my cousin and I both did. I felt like we had no other choice. We ran like the wind, blazing a trail of fire behind us. We made for my grandparents' house roughly 500 yards away. It was so far. If this thing wanted us, we would be dead. I heard that thing crashing through the field behind us, but I didn't dare turn to look. We burst through the door of my grandparents' house, and in a yammering of hyperactive gibberish, both of us were screaming, trying to explain to my grandpa what we had just seen, while I couldn't stop wondering how the hell we had made it home. It took us a long time to calm down, and when we did, my grandpa set us down, and he told us the reason why we weren't allowed outside after dark. The two of us listened, wide-eyed and transfixed. He said that a long time ago, whatever that thing was had come up around the house. It was looking in through the windows and was creeping around their property every night. He said he's seen it on other occasions, and that some years ago it had also killed several cattle, and on one specific evening, it had even chased him back to his truck. He said that the last thing it was friendly, and he was absolutely sure that it wasn't afraid of humans. Everything that I witnessed and learned that day has affected me. The dark and the forests and the night skies, they don't seem innocent anymore. I know what I saw, and so does my cousin. It wasn't some misidentified animal. It wasn't anything I've ever seen in my life before or since. This thing scared me so badly that I've never been back in those woods, and rarely do I venture into any woods under any circumstances, even if that experience did happen 22 years ago. People need to know that these things are real, that they're out there, and that they may not be friendly.
Next time, just drive. By Evie Eldridge. I worked in a certain large city in California and lived in a smaller town about an hour away, which prompted many of my friends to question my sanity at the prospect of commuting 2 hours every day round trip. Better yet, being 21 years old, there wasn't a shortage of jobs closer to home, but I was never bothered by it. The pay was good, and it was for a cause that was very important to me. There was a public transit system that conveniently went from a station a few miles from my house to one about a block away from my work, which I happily took over driving through dense, hostile traffic and the nightmare known as parking your car in the city. Additionally, the rides provided a lovely opportunity for me to catch up on reading and discover new music. So, on a night like any other, I was on my way home via the transit system. I had selected the least stained corner seat I could find in an otherwise nearly empty train car. Then I took out my book and a glass bottle of Coke to prepare for some well-earned relaxation. I stared off into space for some time before a man walked into the train car. I remember he was wearing a green denim jacket and baggy tan cargo shorts. He also sported steel-toe work boots that vibrated the hollow floor of the train as he walked. His hair was spiked in a peculiar way. It didn't so much look like he had gelled it, as much as it seemed he had styled it by standing in a wind tunnel. Overall, he looked a bit scraggly, but far from homeless or too off-putting. After surveying the numerous empty seats available, he came over to where I was sitting and asked if he could sit next to me. I'd only been working at that job for a month, and being the naively trusting girl from an upper-middle-class town that I was, I had not developed my street smarts enough yet. Foolishly, I said yes. He sat down as I returned to my book, but I could feel his eyes on me, and I tried not to notice. "What are you reading?" he asked, craning his neck to look over at my pages. I briefly described the book to him before pointedly clearing my throat and returning to the story. In the periphery of my vision, I saw him smiling, and then he said, "You're pretty hot, you know?" This put me a bit on edge,
but it wasn't the first time a stranger had flirted with me so directly or during a commute. Some people just can't grasp the fact that women don't go on public transit just so random guys would hit on them. I rolled my eyes internally and gave him a generic, thank you. Sorry, I said. I'm not really up for talking. I'm really wrapped up in this book right now. But what the man said next chilled me to my core. Why don't you come home with me? I can wrap you up in something else. Only then did I realize how uncomfortable this situation really was. The train car still barely had anyone else in it, and I had stupidly picked a seat on the innermost column, making it impossible to get out of my row without either sliding past the creep or vaulting over the seat in front of me. I didn't want to make a scene out of fear of exacerbating him. I'd played myself. I glanced over at the man, made brief eye contact with him, and that's when I noticed his eyes were massive, bloodshot, and were staring right through me. His stare alone violated me to my bones. Clearly, this man had to have been on something. Despite my seating predicament, this should have been the time where I got off on the next station, stayed in a crowded area for a moment, and waited for the next train home. Unfortunately, I didn't think of this at the time, and instead, I tried to keep my cool and played it off casually. It's just that, I sighed, my shift today wore me out. I'm just gonna go home and get some sleep. But the surprises never ended with this guy, as he produced a burnt vial full of white powder from his sleeve. Crystal. I'd never seen it in real life before, but I knew it at a glance. This'll wake you right up, he claimed, shaking it lightly. Or perhaps his hands were trembling. Now, you want to come home with me? Make some money? Or am I gonna have to drag you out of here? I felt my face almost seize up in shock, but I stopped myself. I would not allow him the satisfaction of having rattled me. I calmly and politely declined, which he returned by going at great lengths to describe what he wanted to do with me. Again, I should have gotten off the train early, but I was an innocent little cinnamon roll who had only ever heard stories about this sort of thing happening. I had no idea what to do. When the train finally pulled up to my stop, I put my book back in my purse and grabbed the bottle of Coke. This is me, I said hastily, standing and leaping over the seat in front of me. After all of this, the last thing I wanted was to turn my back to this creep. I was horrified when he stood as well and said, "What do you know? This is my stop too." Without another word, I speed walked to the front of the station, but I could hear him keeping pace with me as his heavy boots clinked against the tile floor. I exited the turnstile and began to go at a brisk jog, morbidly curious to find out if he would continue to keep up. Unsurprisingly, he did. He wasn't going to stop until he had me, and that's when something snapped in me. That's when I did what I should have done to begin with. I caused a scene. I out-crazied him. I took the glass bottle of Coke by the neck and swung it against a nearby wall, shattering it and creating a makeshift weapon. I began to scream, threatening him, calling him names, like the trash he was. That was plenty enough to catch the attention of everyone in the station. The man was taken aback, shocked by the sudden outburst from the woman he previously perceived as submissive. I went on, screaming, "Everyone in the station, may I have your attention, please?" I continued to shout, holding the broken bottle in his direction. I then proclaimed to everyone now listening that this man tried to sell me things and offered to buy my body when I refused. Then I described how he stalked me out of the train station, and then I requested someone to call the police. The creep was aghast. He took a moment to process what had happened before making a break for it. I considered chasing him, but figured it would only lead to more danger. Besides, even if that wasn't the case, I quickly discovered that my legs had turned to jelly. I shakily took a seat and cried until the police came. They took my statement, but as far as I know, they never caught the guy. This wasn't the last time I was harassed on my commute, but I had to learn my street smarts pretty quickly that night, and as a result, I never allowed it to escalate that far again. Guys and girls, take my advice. If someone is making you feel threatened in a public setting, scream your lungs out and take a stand. Rockthrower of Colorado by Jordan P. Several years ago, my dad was in town on a break from work. My brothers, my dad, and myself decided to go on a fishing trip up to one of our favorite mountains, the Grand Mesa National Forest. On the way up, my brothers had made a joke about Bigfoot. You can obviously see where this tale is going. It wasn't uncommon for us to bring up the subject, as we always talked about Bigfoot when we were younger. We were all very fascinated by the idea. Upon the subject being brought up, my brother had said something along the lines of, "It's like your encounter, Dad." I was confused and instantly asked what they were talking about, and so the story begins. The town we live in is the very same town my dad grew up in. Back then, my dad, Wayne, was in his late 20s. He and his friends decided to go late one night catfishing right off the Colorado River. They were fishing right off the bank and had a nice fire going, drinking beers, talking about girls, and who knows what else. About an hour into their late night fishing trip, they heard a very loud splash in the water. Right away, one of the first things they had thought was it must be a beaver slapping its tail in the water, but not long after that, another splash occurred, closer now. "That sounded like a rock," one of them stated. My dad and his friends walked to the edge of the water. They scanned parts of the bank that were not hidden in foliage. My dad looked into the river itself and on the bank on the opposite side. In the middle of the night, the moonlight cast some light, enough that my dad could see movement directly across from them on the other side of the river, even though it was in a dark shadow. At that instant, a large rock landed just short of my dad's feet, splashing him and his friend Chuck. Instantly, my dad knew it had come from the other side of the river. This spot on the Colorado River is well over 400 feet wide. I don't know how many of you have tried to throw a golf ball-sized rock that distance, but it's not easy. River rocks vary anywhere from 2 inches in diameter to 10 inches. The rocks that were being thrown were at least 10 inches in diameter. As my dad and his friends were staring across the river, unable to detect the source of the rock thrower, another stone was hurled directly at them. The group scattered to avoid it as it hit the soil in between them. One of them grabbed the cobblestone, using both hands to do so. Slowly, they all went back to the fire. There was a moment of silence as none of them knew how to react. Finally, Lopez spoke, saying, "Who in the world can throw a rock like that across a river that big?" An obvious question, but one they were all thinking. A few moments passed and it seemed to stop. They began to loosen up a little bit, enjoying their beer and almost getting to the point of laughing the incident off, when out of nowhere, John screamed, "Wayne, watch out!" My dad ducked, as yet another large stone came all the way across and hit their fire pit. That was enough. My dad and his friends withdrew their fishing poles, jumped into the truck, and left. They had talked a few times trying to figure out what it was. The verdict was maybe some kids had come up with a big catapult or something, and they were just too well hidden for them to see. Well, you all guessed it. There's a part 2 to this story. At the end of the summer, a friend of my dad's named Tim called my dad to see if he wanted to catfish in the boat that night. Tim had bought himself a new aluminum boat that he kept wanting to fish out of. Reluctantly, my dad accepted, since he had turned him down all summer to hang out. It wasn't because of the previous events that took place, those were pretty much in the past by then. Tim, even though he was a friend, got on my dad's nerves. It was a full moon that night, and they decided to hit the river with the boat. Most of the night had been pretty uneventful, catching a few fish, having a few laughs, and obviously downing a few beers. It was the last leg of their journey when out of nowhere, something hit the boat. It was a very loud ping that shook them both awake in a half-dazed state. "What the heck?" was all Tim could say before there was a loud splash in front of the boat. They both looked around, and it was there that my dad spotted it. On the south side of the river was a large silhouette. The river's pace had them just drifting along, but the moon and sky were clear enough that my dad could see the figure. He said it was big, whatever it was. The large silhouette bent over and grabbed another rock. My dad fired a shot into the air. The figure rose suddenly, and in the same awkward throwing motion, hurled another rock which flew over the boat, splashing behind it. My dad, fed up, fired again, but this time in front of the shadowy figure, not trying to hit it, but definitely trying to scare it. It didn't work, and the figure stayed side by side in pace with them. Tim, being the cowardly type, was freaking out. My dad was scared, but very curious as to what it was, why they were so big, and why they had been messing with them. He would not get his answer though, as the river began to pick up pace, and in doing so, the silhouette sped up its walk in an effort to keep up with them. Finally, the figure just stopped and stared at them. My dad never stopped looking at the figure until it was out of sight. So you might be thinking, okay, your dad told you a Bigfoot story, but there's a problem with that. If you know my dad, he's very down to earth. If my brothers and I tell him a story about how big a fish was that we caught, my dad underestimates the size, even if he's wrong. The point being, he under-embellishes it. Even when he told me this story, he made it sound like it was no big deal. And he's never once said that it was actually a Bigfoot, though he still can't explain who or what it was. Connecticut Bigfoot. Submitted by David. For most of my life, I've lived in a small town in Fairfield County, Connecticut. I wasn't new to scary stories about ghosts, intruders, and stalkers, but what I saw was far from these. It all started in January of 2011. I was waiting at the bus stop earlier than I usually would, so nobody was walking down the street. The morning felt off, but I ignored it, as I thought it was just loneliness or something, but that quickly turned into fear, as I heard a loud scream that sounded like a lower-pitched, stretched-out yell of a coyote. It immediately sent shivers down my whole body. I wish the story would end there, but it doesn't. After school, I would usually hang out with my friends. Let's call them Liam and Charlotte. Now, Liam, Charlotte, and I would proceed with our usual shenanigans down by the brook in the woods. There was a small bridge that would lead to thicker woods that we go to build teepees and little forts and just hang out. As we were halfway through the bridge, I heard that same bone-chilling yell. "What the hell was that?" Coco asked, sounding concerned. We all looked at each other and decided to call it a day. As we quickly walked out into the light, we went up the snowy hill, and that's when something caught our eye. It was a tall, maybe 9-foot creature that had brown hair and a Hulk-like build covered in fur. What was shocking is that it ran across the brook in 2 steps. This brook had to have been about 30 feet across. We froze at what we saw, and then eventually we ran up the hill across the other side of the banks. When we thought it was safe, we eventually went back and checked out the footprints in the snow, and they were gigantic, bigger than any humans. I can't find any other explanation for what it could have been. It wasn't a bear and it was not a man. This incident still freaks me out to this day, although I still go out in the woods. I've never seen the creature again, and I haven't heard any other accounts of the thing. So I'm hoping others can relate or give me some closure and prove that I'm not just insane.
The Figure, from Alix S. Location, Delaware. It was midsummer, and I had gone to visit my mother, her boyfriend, and my step-siblings, which were twins. I didn't care much for them, and I was only there that summer because my 12-year-old brother enjoys spending time with our mom.
Our mother was wanting to take Easter pictures of the four of us. Because we had been at school all year, she wasn't able to get me and my brother yet. As I didn't like it there, I didn't pay any mind to anyone the entire time. That was up until the day she wanted to do the Easter pictures. My mother had the entire setup in the front yard, and everyone was having fun and having some food. At this time, I wasn't a big believer of things because I've never actually seen ghosts or spirits, or whatever you want to call them. I've had things around me happen, but I would just brush it off. Back then, I used to be a night owl, and I always liked to stay up as late as possible. The house my mother was living in had previously burned down. The living room part had to be rebuilt entirely. I don't know if this played into what was outside or not, but I was told that my mother and aunt thought it did. So around 1 a.m., or maybe 2, I kept hearing voices outside. Voices that said, "Come in, let's go in, come on kids." Not to mention the twins' toys kept going off out of nowhere, moving around in the room beside the living room. I was staying in the living room and the twins' room was right above it. Out of nowhere, I hear one of the twins screaming. I immediately rush upstairs, as I've never ever heard a child cry like that before. I rush in, only to see that they were both still asleep. I looked around their cribs to see what could have caused it. I guess it was just an instinct, because when I looked over toward their window, I saw a dark figure standing in front of it. I ran over to shut the window, which had been open. This scared the crap out of me, because this was the second story. How could someone be outside watching? I stayed in their room for a while to make sure nothing happened, and I eventually laid down in one of the cribs to go to sleep. But as soon as I had laid down, one of the twins began screaming again, the one next to me. I pulled him close to my chest, unsure of what to really do. Then I shut my eyes and breathed. By this time, I'm mentally freaking out, but staying calm physically. When the child went back to sleep, I took him downstairs with me to lay him in my lap. Obviously, he didn't want to sleep in his crib. I still wasn't sure what was going on with them, but I know that as soon as I sat down, I heard a tapping sound coming from the window next to the couch. I froze, completely terrified once more. Everyone was inside the house, and they were all sleeping. All of a sudden, the curtain moved over a bit, like someone from the inside had opened it to peek out. As it moved, I looked through the window to see what I could see. The street lamp that was on the corner of the street was completely covered by a dark figure. I ended up covering my mouth and accidentally waking the baby. Soon my aunt woke up because she was sleeping on the other couch in the living room, and she asked what was going on. I told her about the figure and the baby waking, and I was honestly scared, almost on the verge of crying. I had never been in this type of situation before. My aunt, being the daredevil she was, she says she's going outside to check it out. She walks around the entire house until they get to the backyard. Then I hear her yelling and screaming at something to leave us alone and to stay away from the family and the house. Eventually, she walks back in, and the activity stops. I don't think I've ever seen the dark figure again, but I definitely started going to bed early. That family moved from their Delaware home to New York after that. I went back to my place in West Virginia to stay with my dad and brother from then on out. Now, this was nearly 2 years ago, and I haven't had anything else happen to me. But whatever that was that night, I hope I never see anything like it again. Werewolf in Florida by Matthew. I live in Tallahassee, Florida. The only reason I'm giving out my city is because I want people who live around here to be aware that there is a creature lurking around Florida's capital. I was 15 years old when this happened, someone who never really thought about the paranormal or supernatural until after this incident. It was back in December of 2017. about a week before Christmas. It was a peaceful night, and I was sleeping on my couch as I fell asleep watching TV. I woke up at 1 in the morning when I heard my dog barking to be let outside. This was nothing unusual. He normally wakes me up a few times at night to use the bathroom. Groggily, I got up, still half asleep, to unlock my sliding glass door and let the dog out. About 15 minutes passed by, and he still oddly hasn't barked to be let in yet. He's usually much faster than that, so I slide the door open and call out his name. Now, my house has 2 stories and I was upstairs. We have a deck on the 2nd floor, so when I went out to call my dog's name, I can see the entire backyard. We have a little wooded area in our backyard. Not too big, but enough that it has its own presence. I thought he must have gone back there. So, being exhausted, irritated, and it being freezing outside, I grabbed a flashlight, put on my shoes, and went outside to the backyard to look for my dog. As I was walking in the shallow part of the wooded area, I finally found my dog. I tried to call him over to me, and as I was doing this, he seemed to be ignoring me. As strange as I thought it was, it took me several more calls before he finally came over. I then gagged, because a sudden and awful smell had overcome the area. At that point, I just wanted to go back inside. I was cold, tired, and did not want to smell that anymore. I had my dog by my side as we began walking back toward the house. Halfway there, my dog stopped and refused to go any further, then began to violently bark at the bushes right next to us. I looked over, and what I saw has traumatized me for the rest of my life. When I looked to our right, I saw an impossibly tall figure. It had a large, muscular body like a bodybuilder, and a dog-like head. Its snout was large, with long, razor-sharp teeth protruding from it, or perhaps it was snarling and wanted me to see. This obviously inhuman creature had all too human hands, but they were about twice the size as an average person's. I then looked into its eyes, and I wish I hadn't. Its eyes were reflecting a bright yellow, and I don't remember them ever blinking. They were piercing through me. This all happened in about 10 seconds before the thing let out a deep growl. I know in these situations they tell you not to run because it triggers the predator's instincts to act, but I really didn't have any other choice because my instinct as prey is to run. I grabbed my dog and I ran as fast as my legs could carry me, honestly thinking that this was the end. This is how I perish. As I'm running, I look behind me to see that the creature is not chasing me. But I wasted no time and kept running back to the house. I slide the door open, shutting it so hard that I'm surprised it didn't crack. My dog and I were both safely back in the house. I locked it quickly and sat down for a second to think about what the heck I just saw. I grabbed some water and carried it to my bed, shaking it all about as my hands were trembling. As I'm lying down, my body froze as I heard a low howl from outside. I did manage to sleep that night, but not peacefully. I woke up the next day and went over to my computer to do some research, and it was a bit relieving to know that I wasn't alone in sightings like this all around the country. In fact, it seemed like there were thousands of people who claimed to have seen exactly what I saw. I could not, and still almost refuse to believe these things are real. You watch the usual werewolf films, Van Helsing, Dog Soldiers, or Ginger Snaps, but you never expect to see something like this yourself. I haven't told my friends about that night. I don't plan to. I don't want to be labeled as crazy, even though I know what I saw was not a dream. If you live in Tallahassee, be careful. This thing is out there, and God knows how many there really are. Dogman in Georgia by Devil Dog 4200. I live in the southern portion of Georgia in the coastal plains, and I've grown up around paranormal phenomena. I've always believed that there are things in this world, including dogmen. However, I always just assumed that it would never happen around me, and I couldn't have been more wrong. The first encounter I had happened when I was 15. My older brother and I liked to walk the dirt road at night, just to feel scared, to feel a rush, if you want to call it that. Our driveway ends at a red clay dirt road, and directly across from it is thick forest, so we start our walk beginning at the end of the driveway. Then we turn left and walk toward the bridge nearby, where we hang out for about 10 minutes. There was a lot of wildlife moving about that night. Frogs, crickets, you name it. The usual critters you get around here. We then decided to walk back. However, the moment we stepped off of the bridge and onto the wet clay of the dirt road, I immediately felt eyes on me. I turned to look at my brother, who was looking just as spooked as I was. But we decided to keep walking. Before you reach the cliffs, there's another driveway that cuts through the back of the house. We were about 15 feet away from that drive when that sickening, dreadful feeling intensified. It was at that moment we noticed that everything had suddenly gone silent, as if a switch were turned off. We watched down the road and noticed two large, piercing yellow eyes staring right back at us. We froze. My brother kept a .45 caliber Kimber when we walked. Scared and jumpy, he suddenly took aim and fired. The eyes didn't even blink. They simply stayed for a moment before pulling away and disappearing into the brush. Only a few seconds later, we heard a loud rustling sound. Then a massive silhouette jumped from one cliff to the other across the road. We were horrified because that jump was over 35 feet across. We were sure now we had to get out of there. We ran down the driveway and locked every window and door once we made it inside the house. It was the first time I'd ever been scared for my life, yet sadly, I didn't know that it would not be the last. The second encounter happened a year later. I had recently gotten my license and my first truck, a 1994 Nissan pickup. I was driving down the road from my girlfriend's house around 10:30 that night. There was no moon in the sky, so it was black as coal out. As I traveled down the road, I soon spotted a large black bulk on the side of the road. I slowed to 30 miles an hour to inspect what this thing was and to possibly move it from the road to prevent an accident. Once I made it to within 10 feet of the shape, it turned, and whatever it was bolted right into the woods at an ungodly speed. The entire time, I couldn't even see any more than a black blur. I stopped the vehicle to collect myself, thinking we shouldn't have bears in this part of Georgia, and they don't move that fast. I continued my drive home in confusion and a little bit afraid. I couldn't comprehend what I had seen. 15 minutes of steady driving later, I felt something extremely familiar. My stomach turned, and goosebumps covered my body. It was that sensation of being watched. I traveled 1/4 of a mile before the feeling of being watched turned into a feeling of being chased. At that same moment, I felt my truck jerk as if a big buck had run into the rear passenger side. Following the collision of whatever was there, I heard scratching on metal. Then there was what felt like something jumping onto the bed of my truck. Panicking, I floored it, but that was a bad idea. Something in the bed of my truck let out a deep and guttural growl and began scratching and clawing at the back glass. I was so scared. I remember thinking that this was it. This would be where I perish. I was nearing a sharp turn that then leaves 1.5 miles to my house. I took the curve way too fast when the creature jumped out of my truck. I thought to myself, it's gone. Just get home and get inside and you'll be okay. Then came an ear-piercing howl to the right of my truck, and what I saw took my breath away. Running 60 miles per hour next to me was this huge dog-like thing. It was running on all fours and was nearly as tall as the truck. It just kept running next to me while keeping eye contact with those piercing yellow eyes like burning coals. As I neared my driveway, I lost sight of the creature. My parents were outside on the porch to feed our 2 cats and a German Shepherd. When I pulled in and walked past to get inside, they stopped me and asked, "What's wrong?" It was clearly visible that something had happened to me. I just told them I saw a panther or something of the like. Then I went to my room quietly and locked the door. Later that night, I couldn't sleep, and I swear I heard something outside. I got up and looked out my window, of which is 25 feet up. In my yard, next to my truck, was the creature I saw earlier that had been chasing me. It was sniffing the truck as if searching for something. Searching for me, perhaps. I gasped. It then perked up and rose up on 2 legs and looked right at me. I could now get a better look at it. It had thick, powerful legs like a wolf, and the body of a weightlifter with human-shaped hands. It was covered in thick black fur with a head like a wolf, and huge teeth snarling from inside its maw. I lay in my bed and waited for morning, listening to this thing sniffing around outside. I listened to it growl, howl, and throw things around underneath my window. When daylight finally came, my dad came into my room and asked me to come outside. He led me to the truck and, irritated, asked me what had happened. He showed me the huge dent in the side and the scratches all over it, on the fender well, in the bed, and on the back glass. I didn't know what to say to him. I didn't want to sound like a lunatic, so I just said, "A tree fell over and landed on it." My dad was suspicious, but went along with my story. He didn't question it, despite how stupid it sounded. Just because you don't hear about things happening in your area, it doesn't necessarily mean that you won't be the first one to survive or not survive something horrific.
Vacation Horror, submitted by Roanoke. Several years ago, my great-uncle committed suicide. He owned some sort of piping company. I don't really know all the details. So his wife inherited quite a bit of money. Now, of course, my great-aunt became very lonely and depressed. She quickly began inviting family over for trips to different vacations around the country. It was nice, but it was sad seeing her spend her money just to have company. I felt bad for her. Well, one day she invited my brother and I to go on one of these vacations. It was a cruise, and it was my first time on a cruise. To be honest, I was more scared than excited. I may have taken Titanic to heart more than I should have. Not to mention I got motion sick easily. 10 seconds into reading something inside a car, then bam, I'm puking up my guts. Anyway, this cruise would be part of a getaway to Hawaii. After a nauseating plane ride, we arrived, and we were quickly enjoying ourselves. But the very next day after we arrived, it was time for the cruise.
So we boarded and got settled. Then we took in all the sights, stopping at several locations to experience the local life there. At one of these places, we docked and we got the chance to scuba dive. I didn't really want to. If you can't tell by now, I was scared of my own shadow. And I didn't want to go underwater with God knows what was down there for any length of time. I'd probably be eaten by a giant squid or something. But everyone else was pushing me to try it, especially my grandma who had come with us and my brother. They kept telling me, when would you be able to do this again? So just to get them off my backs, I said I'd do it. Luckily, the instructor said we'd only go under for about 15 minutes each, considering like every passenger there wanted to do it too. I was nervous, and my time soon came. They let us out onto the edge of the dock next to a small storage building. Once there, they strapped us down with the equipment, which was far more heavy than I thought it would be, which only made me more nervous. Once everyone was suited up and ready, one of the instructors with their gear got in the water, then offered each of us a hand as we got in. It was now or never. I swallowed hard and told myself it'd be over in a flash. The water was very cold, and I could taste the saltiness of it in between breaths from the breathing apparatus. From the look of the thing, I thought it would be airtight. Maybe mine was on wrong or something, or maybe I was just paranoid. The few of us that got in began to follow the instructor silently under the water. He would beckon us with hand gestures, then swim effortlessly around coral and schools of fish, all while keeping an eye on us, making sure we could get around okay. You know, honestly, it was pretty amazing. Untold numbers of different fish and sea creatures were all over the place. They seemed almost completely unfazed by our presence. Slowly, my body warmed up to the cool water, and my breathing got calmer. And I couldn't believe it myself. I was actually having a good time. But 15 minutes goes by faster than you'd think. After an underwater group picture and merely circling the dock, it was time to head back up. And yeah, this is where things got bad. We were very close to the wooden dock as we came around the side and ascended it at the same time. I could feel my legs skimming over the side of one of the legs of the dock. And in an instant, I felt a deep, sharp stinging pain in my thigh. Then, suddenly, I could no longer move upwards. My suit had apparently been snagged on something. I looked over to the wooden leg, only to see a massive splinter in the wood stabbing into my wetsuit. The thing was a good inch into the flesh of my leg. Seeing it made it hurt so much worse, and I couldn't breathe fast enough to get air into my lungs. I was officially panicking. I tried to remain calm, trying to get my leg free. Then I looked back up to the group, only now they weren't there anymore. They had left me behind. Now I know when they got to the top and saw that I wasn't with them that they would come back and look for me. But in the moment, my mind was rearing. I thought this was where I was going to die. And then everything went black. The next thing I remember, I'm in an ambulance with my grandma. She looked like she had been crying. Apparently, going crazy with fear underwater triggered an episode of epilepsy. I had had a seizure, which was bad because I had taken in some water too. My grandma was scared to death that I had gone into a coma. I was okay though, except for the huge gash in my leg and the fact that I apparently had epilepsy. I'd never had a seizure before in my life. I'm not lying when I say this was the most terrifying moment of my life, and it didn't help me overcome my fears, it only made them worse.
Sublet, Idaho Hunting Trip by Idaho Livin'. A few years back, I was invited by my friend Matt to go deer hunting in a range of mountains neither of us had ever been to before. Matt had gone up a few days ahead of me to claim a nice camping spot and to hunt with his son for a few days on their own. The day I headed up, I had found their camping spot, but no one was there, and I concluded that they went hunting early that day, as it was just after sunup. So I decided to go explore and hunt on my own, and I came back around midday thinking they would be back by then. So I unloaded my ATV, donned my hand-sewn ghillie suit, something I had made just the week before. Then I set out. After a while of driving around and taking short hikes into areas that seemed like sure things that would have been chocked full with deer,
But I got skunked every time, what we call it when we don't see anything when hunting. I stumbled into an area that had been burned up in a forest fire earlier this year. I'd never been in a burned up area like this before, and I was just absorbing all the visual shock of the devastation. I was walking along the ridgeline of the burned area, looking as far as I could see across all the other ridges where the fire had burnt it up. I even found the burned, charred remains of some poor little critter, too unfortunate to escape in the blaze. Shaking my head to clear my mood and focus on why I came here, I tried to gauge distances with no points of reference. But I spotted a clear patch of dirt down at the bottom of the ravine. It must have been 250 yards, give or take. I set the riser sight on my rifle to the 250 mark and took a shot at a rock roughly the size of a small dog in the middle of the patch of bare dirt, and I nailed it. Satisfied with the shot, and seeing that it was midday now, I headed back to camp. As I was nearing the camp, I saw a skinned and cleaned out deer hanging from a tree, and I met up with my friend. We chatted for a while about his son bagging the deer, about the burned up area and the moose he saw. Moose are unusual to us as the mountains we grew up around have a very small population of them, and you rarely ever saw them. Anyway, we cooked up some lunch and sat down by a campfire. My friend said he was going to run down the mountain to get a cell signal and call his wife to pick up his son. We put the fire out and they took off. I decided around that time to go hunting again, but headed in the opposite direction this time, away from the burned up area. I found a nice trail for ATVs and drove up it. It was a beautiful drive through an aspen grove. It was mid-fall and the leaves were all golden in color. The mid-afternoon sun almost seemed to sparkle off of them. The cool, crisp autumn air was filled with a perfumed aroma of the aspens. I came to the end of the trail only because a huge tree had fallen down across the path some years ago, and it had never been cleared out. I got off of my ATV and walked up the abandoned and overgrown trail. After a bit of a hike, I was in pine trees with low-hanging branches just at my head level, and I had to do a lot of ducking to get around. After a while, I noticed that all the low pine branches were all broken and roughed up, as if deer or elk had been tearing them up. Feeling like I was in a lucky zone, I kept going up the trail. I finally ran into an area that had no grass in the ground and could tell what kind of animal was on the trail. Sure enough, I seemed to have found the deer and elk highway. I was beyond stoked now. Further up the trail, I found some leg bones of a deer. And I have a habit of trying to find the whole skeleton in hopes of finding the skull, because if it still had antlers attached, those were very useful or could be used as tools or trophies. Searching around for a few minutes, I found the entire skeleton, but it was female. But I spotted another leg bone nearby, an elk bone, and I went to look for that skeleton as well. I found it a few moments later, only to see it was a small young female. I started to get a funny feeling like I should get out of the area, and I started to back out. I was looking around when I noticed carnivore scat and bones of even smaller animals. The whole way back, I was looking over my shoulder until I reached my ATV. I sped back to camp and started the fire again, and I sat there drinking until my friend Matt finally showed back up. We stayed in camp until his wife showed up to pick up their son and to take him home. Matt and I discussed our hunting plans for the next day. As we were sitting there, we saw a large black animal walking on the hill across from our camp. At first, we assumed it was a rancher's cow, but took a second look through binoculars when we realized it was alone, and cows tend to stay with the herd. Matt muttered, just another moose, looking through his binoculars. As for the hunting plans we came up with, Matt would be going to hunt where his son had bagged that deer, and I was going to hunt at a creek near our camp where Matt said he saw plenty of deer. I opted not to go with Matt, as I didn't want to take a long drive to where they were hunting on the back side of the mountain, near some farmers' fields, and I preferred to hunt nearby. The next day, we woke up at around 4:30 a.m. I boiled a kettle of water to make some instant oatmeal, a true hunter's breakfast. Matt asked me one more time if I was sure I didn't want to go with him to his spot. I firmly said no. I had a good feeling about hunting over at the creek. He gave me one last warning about watching out for moose, then took off. I put on my ghillie suit and my headlamp and walked over to the creek. It wasn't far from our camp, a few hundred yards at best. I couldn't see anything through the darkness, and my headlamp only seemed to light up the area 4 feet ahead of me, and anything beyond that was too dim and hard to make out. The batteries weren't fresh, so that didn't help. I managed to find a spot I thought was going to be good. I sat there, and I waited for daylight. The sky was beginning to brighten, and I could make out more of the landscape. Dim but clearer than my headlamp could make it. A little while after that, I could see well enough to make out an even better spot to wait out an animal in a clump of aspens with a clear line down the whole creek. I walked over as quietly as I could, and I got set up there. As the morning light was getting bright enough to see totally clearly, I could hear all sorts of things moving around in the thick brush beyond the tree line of the creek. I sat and planned out scenarios through my head of what I would do if I saw a deer in certain areas. Then, out of the bushes on my right side, within 2 feet of me, trotted out 3 coyotes in single file. I nearly jumped, but remained calm. I mean, I could have reached out and grabbed one by the tail. They were that close. I was amazed at the effectiveness of my ghillie suit and the scent spray. They had no idea I was there. A few moments later, I heard something else getting closer to the creek through the dense brush. I could tell the direction it was heading. It moved quietly out of my hiding spot and heard it was just on the other side of a large pine tree. Of course, by then the coyotes were long gone. I was using my scope this time, and I set the zoom to the lowest power and began to kneel down. I had one eye through the scope, and the other eye looking at the tree waiting for the animal to pop out. My heart was pounding in anticipation. Whatever it was, it sounded huge. I even had a second thought about the situation. Was I really ready for whatever was on the other side? I realized all too late that I'd never hunted something so large, and if it was a deer, it would definitely not be walking around, not caring what knew it was there. It was not even trying to be quiet. That moment, the head of this huge animal came out from behind the tree. At first, it was looking down at the ground. It noticed me and looked over my way. It was the biggest moose I'd ever seen. I could have used one of the moose's paddles as a hammock for myself. That big. The magazine photos I've seen and other trophy mounts I've witnessed, this animal was by far larger than any of those and was standing a mere 10 yards away from me. It was that moment you realize you're in trouble and time seems to stand still and let you think of an option. By then, I was too far away from the tree line to be able to run back into the thick aspens where I had been without that thing reaching me. My hope was that my ghillie suit would confuse the moose, and I hoped that getting close to the willow shrub could save me from getting stepped on. So I tried to situate myself as close to the willow shrub as possible without giving away my position. If this thing stepped on me, I'd be done for. I couldn't see anything going on around me. The hood of my suit was large and was covering my whole head. I could hear the moose snorting and grunting angrily. And then I heard the sounds of at least 5 more individuals, large animals moving out of the thick brush and heading to the creek. I was in deep, too deep. I was so scared I was shaking, and it's hard to manage to stay still in that kind of situation. I had the thought of shooting my rifle off and trying to scare all the moose away and take the risk of being stepped on by a 2,000-pound animal. As I went to slowly move my hand up to the trigger, my wrist was caught on my sling and I could not move my arm up to the trigger all the way. As the old military saying goes, There is no such thing as an atheist in a foxhole during a firefight. I found myself praying for a way out. After what I think was 5 minutes, I hear the herd head back into the brush. I waited even longer for silence again. I peeked out as best I could under my hood to my sides, and I didn't see anything. I slowly pushed myself up, pulled my hood back, and looked around. That's when I heard a snort. I looked behind me to see the massive male only 5 feet from me, and it knew I was there. It was angry. I went back down and put my hood back up real quick, but the moose continued to snort and grunt. I heard it begin to thrash the willow bush with its paddles. I was shaking uncontrollably at the moment. I started praying for someone to drive by and scare the attacking thing away. I didn't know if anyone would drive by, because the whole day I had only seen 2 other people. The moose finally stopped thrashing on the willow bush and was now just snorting. I forced myself to calm down, but I couldn't stop thinking that one good strike with its paddles or a hoof, and I wouldn't be alive anymore. It could happen at any moment. No matter how hard I tried, I was still shaking a bit from the adrenaline, but I had calmed down mostly. What seemed like hours passed, waiting for this moose to move on. Finally, a large truck drove by. I heard them stop and comment on the massive size of the moose, and they didn't even see that I was there. A few moments later, the moose just trots off into the brush after its herd. The truck drove off, and I got up and got out of there as fast as I could. I jumped the creek and jogged up to the road. I went and sat next to some small bushes and went over what the heck just happened. As I was sitting there, some deer happened to pop out and get a drink. I raised my rifle, but for the first time in my hunting career, I hesitated. A thought raced through my head. How could I even think about taking this animal's life moments after something bigger than me only narrowly and unknowingly spared mine? I lowered my rifle and muttered to myself, "Not today, buddy." I walked back to camp and waited for Matt. After a couple of hours, he showed back up to camp, and I told him my story of what had happened. I'm sure he thought it was a BS story and said to me, "I told you, dude, there was moose," and he laughed at me. To this day, I still wonder if those people in the truck took a picture of that moose, and perhaps they unknowingly captured a photo of a man with the look of death in his eyes. The Creature of McCollum Lake, McHenry, Illinois. Submitted by Guys in a Basement. I'm a quarter Native American, so most of the stuff about these historical cryptids and monsters are quite serious to me, close to home. And personally, I've had my own occasional sightings that have been occurring since the past year. My friend Ryan has said to have seen it along the bike trail near his house, the same trail we used to film a cringy food review on our channel, 12 Guys in a Basement. Let me give you a little layout of the area. From my house, there is a 2-mile-long bike path that runs through both our neighborhoods. If you ride your bike half a mile up the path, you'll find yourself in the middle of a vast open park, and since the trail is facing north, to your left is a beautiful lake known as McCollum Lake, Illinois. Well, that's the area where he had claimed to have encountered it. To this, I never took him seriously, I'll be honest with you, but that wasn't until I saw it for myself. You see, we were in the middle of doing something we were always doing in our free time, filming stuff for our YouTube channel. Specifically, the 3rd episode of Carl's Ghost, in the middle of a cornfield. It was right next to an abandoned house lot in the middle of the woods, which is just located next to the lake. While filming the first scene, I noticed at the corner of my eye a figure that appeared human in shape. I thought it was just someone walking where we were, maybe a jogger or hiker of some sort. But then I noticed the vague figure wasn't on 2 legs, They were on all fours. I thought maybe they were trying to weird us out, if it really was a normal person. I never once thought it was some creature or anything inhuman. It emerged from the empty cornfield on hands and feet, and it walked onto the road, just a few yards away from where we were both standing, and as it emerged, we got a better look at it. Keep in mind though, it was pitch black outside when we were making the video, so all I could see was the thing walking back into the darkness on the other side of the road, given the fact that its horrific features were exposed under the nearby streetlight. Alarm bells in my head went off, and as I was so suddenly horrified, I told Ryan right away that there was something crossing the road right behind us and that we needed to get out of here, now. He laughed, saying that I must have been screwing with him, but he eventually saw my ghost-white expression on my face, and he agreed that we make one more scene and then we get out of the area as soon as possible. Skip ahead a few days, and as ridiculous as it sounds, I found myself wandering through those same woods, looking for my sunglasses that I had left behind the previous night. And to be frank with you, I think I was kind of curious. I think part of me wanted to see it again. Maybe it was dumb. I had this gut feeling telling me that I wasn't alone when I was out there, and red flags told me to get out of that area once again, telling me that finding my sunglasses wasn't worth it, that seeing this thing again up close wouldn't be a good idea. What I found next shocked me. There were bare human prints that looked like someone was walking barefoot, only the toes were thin and ended in points. That's when the same stench of rot and decay hit me like before, like a freight train barreling toward me. I came to my senses real fast and realized that I shouldn't be here. I got the heck out of Dodge before I saw that thing again, this time too close for comfort.
Was It a Dogman? By Lacrimosa. A year ago, I went on a camping trip with my dad in late July. It was a weekend trip. We apparently were the only ones at that Indiana campground. One night in my tent, I woke up with a start. I checked the time on my phone, which read 3:30 a.m. I should have been asleep still, but my bladder was screaming. I was hesitant at first to get out of the tent, but I would not be able to go to sleep without this business getting done. I climbed out of the tent and stumbled around in the dark. The sounds of the forest around me at any other time would have comforted me, but on that particular night, those sounds were unnerving. About 50 yards away and up a hill, there was a porta potty, and being a girl, I can't just pee in the woods, and if I have the option, I'd rather avoid it. I had grabbed a headlamp my mom had loaned me. I clicked it on, and I began to make my way to the porta potty. To try to calm my nerves along the way, I was talking to myself, mostly complaining about my bladder and how dim the headlamp was. The light was so faint that it only illuminated about 5 feet in front of me. All I could really rely on was the light of the moon. I soon made it to the porta potty without incident, and I relieved myself. Once I was done, I began to make my way back to the tent. But once I was halfway there, it struck me. On the way there, the forest was loud and eerie, but now the forest was quiet and even more eerie than before. With that silence disturbing me, my mind began to imagine the horrors of the forest that might be lurking around me. Monsters of folklore, boogeymen, psychos. Anything could have been waiting for me just out of range, to snatch me up and even eat me. Ugh, you know what your brain does when you're scared. It likes to make you being scared even worse. With the speed of an Olympic runner, I sprinted the last 20 yards back to camp. By then, the headlamp's light was fading. Upon arriving at the camp and catching my breath, I soon had the strange sensation
that someone was watching me. I turned toward the tree line that bordered the lake. I was not expecting so soon to be looking into another pair of eyes, large yellow golden eyes. Unfortunately for me, my tent is extremely close to the tree line. So whatever was watching me, it was less than 15 feet away. Frozen in fear, the only thing I could think to do was stare back at them. And that's when my headlamp's light went out. But the eyes of that creature, they glowed even brighter now, just from the dim moonlight. I like to think I'm a rational person, so I figured it was a coyote or a large stray dog, but every second that passed by, I was doubting that assumption. I took a few steps back and lost my balance, falling onto my butt. But the eyes got closer, and the moonlight shone brighter on the creature's body. It soon revealed a silhouette that in no way whatsoever matched the size of a coyote or dog. It was far larger, and it appeared to be standing on two legs, as if mimicking a person. If I had to guess, the creature stood about 6 feet, even though it was hunched over. It had the head of a dog, kind of like a husky or wolf dog. Now, I know most people, when they talk about encountering dogmen, they mention a strong feeling of malevolence coming from the creature. But with my experience, besides the feeling of terror I had, the eyes of the creature didn't seem to hold any sort of malice or intent to harm me. They looked curious, or maybe even confused. After engaging it in a staring contest, the creature lowered itself to all 4 legs, then slowly turned and walked into the forest, and, creepily enough, it made no sound as it did so. Was this a dogman? I know it wasn't a bear, but I'm at a loss as to what it really is. It left no tracks behind either, as if it was extremely light, or like it wasn't there at all. The thing is, the soil on those banks is muddy, so something should have been left behind. Something more than just me being terrified. The Rain Monster. Submitted by Xander D. I would have never thought that something with the fictional sounding name of the Rain Monster could actually exist in the woods near my home. But I wouldn't be here if that was the case. My name is Xander. I'm 16 years old and live in Mason City, Iowa. My best friend Hunter is 14. You see, the Rain Monster is a paranormal entity that appears only when it's raining or about to. I know it sounds far-fetched. Believe me, I wish it was as fake as it sounds. Just hear me out. It was October 30th of 2015, the day before Halloween. We found old newspaper articles from North Iowa Today about an unnamed 47-year-old man from Fairfax, which is roughly a 2.5-hour drive from where we live. He was found dead in his car, right in front of the forest the Rain Monster resides in. Medical examiners claimed his cause of death was due to self-harm. I'll link the story in the description. Now, it's weird enough that a man would drive almost 3 hours from home to kill himself, but this is where it gets weird. Because Hunter and I used to love investigating those woods, trying to learn more about this supposed rain monster. One of the weirdest things we came upon was a small clearing with a shredded couch, a shovel, and a rope tied to a tree. We always thought that somebody had committed suicide out there, but one question always came up. Why the shovel? If someone was going to hang themselves in the woods, why bring the shovel? Was someone coming later to bury you? And if so, then why? I soon came to believe that this killing wasn't a suicide at all, that it was the creature itself. That's basically the origin story of the Rain Monster. I very much believe that something in those woods is killing people. I wouldn't believe it if it weren't for what Hunter and I experienced for ourselves. You see, long before the words rain and monster were paired together in our heads, we were just a couple of kids who liked to hang out and explore the spooky forest. We liked to pretend we were survivalists, only using what we could find to survive in the woods. Then again, surviving for an hour or two wasn't that hard. We would try to meet up in those woods as often as we could after school, spending a few hours together, before Hunter's mom would call him on his cell phone, saying it's time for dinner or whatever. It must have been early November of 2014. We had just begun our extra-long Thanksgiving break and couldn't be happier. Obviously, this meant more time to play out in the woods. What we didn't expect was how rainy those few weeks would be. It seemed to rain non-stop. Luckily, there wasn't much thunder or lightning, and I had rain boots to spare. I walked over to Hunter's house one day, loaning him my extra pair of boots after convincing his mother that we would be fine out in the rain. The rain was hardly noticeable, I said. Then we set out together for the place we call the entrance to hell. It was a break in the tree line of the woods where you could enter without much trouble, but by God did it look creepy. Dead branches formed arches above us, and rotting tree trunks looked like they might snarl at you at any moment. We broke through the entrance to hell at record speed and began to race to the spot where we had been building a fort just a couple of days earlier. It wasn't far, maybe a 90-second walk from the tree line. But after we had been walking for 20 minutes, Hunter and I began to feel worried. There was no way we could be lost. We knew this forest like the back of our hands. Yet today, in the rain and overcast weather, the forest seemed like an entirely different place. We couldn't even find a trace of any structure we'd constructed before. We didn't even see the tree we had carved stick figures into. Nothing. And when we finally turned back, we couldn't find our way out. It was impossible, I'm telling you. We'd never gotten lost in those woods before. Not in the years we've been playing out there. It was my home. It was our home. But that day, it was something else. Hunter and I soon began to feel winded after jogging for a while, trying to find something we recognized. So we sat down under a tree that still had its leaves and enjoyed a Baby Ruth I had in my pocket. But that's when we heard it. It sounded like breathing. Not like someone breathing next to you, more like the entire forest was breathing, as if a giant had laid down beside us and took a nap. I swear to God, I even felt the ground rise and fall a bit. I was scared. We were scared. What the hell were we hearing? We decided to cut the break short, and we continued walking, a half-eaten Baby Ruth tucked haphazardly in my pocket once more. We didn't walk 20 yards before something else happened. This time, it sounded like something crawling on the trees and branches above us. Hunter told me to stop and hush, and then we listened. After a moment, the sound came again. Something was jumping or moving along the branches above us. Simultaneously, our heads shot upwards, hoping to catch a glimpse of whatever was moving. I expected to see a squirrel or a raccoon, but what I didn't expect to see was nothing. I watched in horror as a tree branch jounced heavily up and down, as if something had just let go of it, but nothing had been there. Then the invisible thing landed on a different tree branch, audibly crashing down on it. The branch swayed under its weight, but still we saw nothing. But we did hear something, growling, snarling. It echoed through the forest, as if a creature 100 times our size was warning us that we shouldn't be there. We nearly choked in fear, struggling to breathe and swallow hard at the same time. I was the first to take off, then Hunter followed closely behind. All the while, the tree branches above us cracked and swayed as the creature we couldn't see gave chase. As if by some miracle, we found the entrance to hell again, and I couldn't have been more happy. We burst through it until we were standing on the paved road once more. Then, feeling safer, we turned towards the entrance to hell, only to see its dead branches and arches moving as if something was pushing them to the side, trying to get through. Whatever it was, had trouble getting through because it was too big. We turned again and ran, and didn't stop until we got home. We didn't go back there for a while, but when we did, it wasn't raining. We didn't see or hear anything out of the ordinary that day. But when we did think about going back on another rainy day, when we heard the forest breathing again, we stayed far away from the tree line. We could only stare at the entrance to hell, because something was looking back at us. There's something in the forests of Iowa. It kills people, and it only comes out when it rains. Dogman in Kansas by the Darkness. My dad was a truck driver who worked for Affiliated Foods. He took loads to Kansas and New Mexico and Oklahoma and even parts of Texas. So he's been all over the place and has seen quite a few interesting things. Around 6 months ago, my stepdad had to take a load to Kansas, and I was able to go with him. It happened in Texoma around 1 a.m. It was pitch black outside, and the only thing we could see on that night was what the headlights lit up in front of us. We were having one of our normal conversations, and the next thing we know, there is a dog-like creature running on 2 legs across the road. It was easily 7 feet tall, and it had patches of gray fur on its body. Its ears were pointed, its tail covered in fur. It happened so fast that I didn't realize that I was gripping my seat extremely hard and that there were goosebumps all over me until moments after it happened. My stepdad and I looked at each other, silently wondering what the heck was that, then kept on going down the road, quietly for a ways. We made it home safe, and call me morbid, but I was wanting to go back out on the road with him more than ever after that. East Kentucky Goatman. Submitted by Stephen B. I'm 14 years old and I live in eastern Kentucky. Now, I'm not going to say the county I live in, but it's basically no man's land. We don't have a town, a restaurant, or anything like that. It's basically all mountains, so naturally we play in those mountains all the time. Now, this incident occurred when I was 9 years old. Me and 3 other friends were out gathering sticks, logs, and twine to build a fort with. About 2.5 hours later, we'd finished it. It was nothing special, but it wasn't small. So we ran back to our house to get cap guns, which we were going to use to play war with. We gathered 7 cap pistols and 11 cap rifles. Oh yes, we had a lot of those things. But when we got back to our fort, it was torn down. So we rebuilt it and played until sundown. But it's the next day when everything goes terrible. We were walking up the trail to the fort. When we finally got there, we were terrified at what we found. Our fort was intact this time, but we saw something. It had the body of a person up to the belly, but then from the rest up, this thing was a goat. It was sitting on its knees, and there was something lying in front of it. We stood there for at least 2 minutes, frozen in place by fear, until one of us made a noise like a whimper, and the thing then turned around. Its head and face, of course, were like a goat, and then this thing proceeded to stand up. I may be biased on this because I was short then, but it seemed like this thing was at least 6 feet tall. It began walking towards us, and being the kids we were, we started firing our cap guns at it. These caps were extremely loud, and we hoped that it would scare the thing. Apparently, it didn't like the loud, piercing noise, so it turned and ran away back into the mountains. Turns out this thing was eating a freshly killed buck. I'll never forget the look of that deer's face. It was frozen in horror. Its eyes were wide and stuck that way, and its mouth was frozen in a constant scream. We didn't stay there much longer. We ran back to the house as fast as we could, and stayed indoors the rest of the day. The whole time we avoided any windows. I haven't told many about this story, because the first person I did tell laughed at me. I did some research after the incident, and found out that it may have been the Goatman, a creature that's been spotted around these parts quite a lot, and I hope I never see the thing again. We still go up there every now and then. Sometimes we go to hunt, but we're always sure to bring our rifles and muzzle loaders.
I used to live in what was basically a cabin in the middle of the woods. My family had always been poor, and when my mom basically disappeared one day, my dad and I ended up moving to the cheapest place my dad could afford. That was the old cabin. It was a backwoods single-bedroom home out in the boonies of Louisiana. We lived in Missouri before this, so moving to Louisiana was quite a big change for me. It was almost always so boggy or humid outside, and the bugs were relentless. I was miserable most of the time, but far be it for me to complain, as my father did absolutely everything he could for us. He worked full-time at some sort of metal production factory. I can't quite remember what it was exactly, but that's what my childhood memory is telling me. I do remember that when he'd get home, he'd head right back out, driving a limo for folks in the nearby town during his free time. It was a weird gig, but I had an aunt that lived in town, and somehow she had a spare limo. She said she had inherited it and never used it, so she was allowing my dad to drive it as long as he gave her 10% of the earnings, which sounds extremely fair to me. I always thought it was cool seeing my father drive that limo. Prom season was quite lucrative as well, and I remember my dad always took me out for ice cream and a movie during that time each year. It was a humble life, but it was a life that allowed me to get close to my father, a time that also allowed me to explore the nature around us. It was the nature part that scared me. I was terribly afraid of the dark. As I slept in a separate bed in my dad's room, it probably didn't help. Sleeping alone was something that I wasn't used to. Especially being alone at night. I didn't like it one bit. What really creeped me out was the shed in the backyard. It resembled one of those typical outhouses from the Tom and Jerry cartoons. It stood just a few yards from the edge of the tree line, ominously, wood missing in places, and wasps usually overrunning it during the summer. Little did I know when we moved in that there was far more to that shed. But I would soon learn as the first winter at the cabin approached. Now, winter in Louisiana can be really cold at times, or even warm some years, but seemingly never in between from what I experienced. That year was a cold one, though. Around that time, Dad had begun construction on the side of the cabin, putting down rebar, then concrete, and in no time, my dad was putting the finishing touches on what was to be my room. Honestly, though, I wasn't excited. I should have been, but the thought of being left alone, especially on the opposite side of the cabin from my father, it didn't sit well with me. Yet, whenever my dad asked about me looking forward to my room, or how I was going to decorate it, I would always be sure to reply with a smile and a "thank you, Daddy." When my room was finished, I toughed it out and readily settled into my new room, moving my bed and blankets and pillows from Dad's room. The walls were bare and it was cold, but the room was much newer and nicer than the rest of the cabin. I was grateful. It was on that first night when I slept in my room. I was finally about to fall asleep when I heard something that woke me up into a cold sweat. The sound reminded me of our old dog that had passed away, the way he'd claw on the back door to get us to open it.
except this sound was much heavier. There was far more weight behind it. I listened closely, my mouth opening further by the moment. Soon I realized it was coming from outside. My father had placed a window in my room on the north side, and I had made sure to sleep at an angle on a wall where I couldn't see outside that window. But as the sound continued, I found myself climbing out of bed and approaching the window to see outside. At the window, the moon was incredibly bright and shone our backyard almost like it was daytime, almost. I looked to my left toward the tree line where the shed was, and of course, that's where the noise was coming from. But as I stare into the distance at the shed, I can see something causing the door to move. Then suddenly, the door gave way and whatever it was stepped inside, after which the door fell back to its original position. It happened suddenly, so I hadn't seen what crawled into the shed. But I do know that when the door fell shut again with the thing inside, the clawing sound stopped. There was an animal inside our shed. I ran out of my room, not entirely scared per se, but definitely curious and a bit worried. I ran to my father's room straight away, only to find a note taped to his door. It said, "Gray, I'll be back before morning, maybe before you even see this. Auntie had a heart attack. Promise I'll be back before breakfast." Come on, Dad, I thought. Why couldn't he have just woke me up, or maybe even brought me with him, or at least told me? He overthought things sometimes. So I was alone at the cabin, and there was something in the shed maybe 20 yards from my bedroom window. It's just a dog, I told myself. Well, if it was just a dog, it'd be fine if I went outside and checked on it. For the first time in my life, my curiosity was overpowering my fear. Maybe I was finally growing up, because part of me that night genuinely felt a bit of excitement at the idea of exploring this mystery on my own. After all, if I knew what it was or wasn't, I would be able to sleep better. So that's what I did. I made that horror movie mistake that makes you want to scream at the screen from your seat on the couch. I grabbed my father's flashlight and I walked outside. I know you're probably rolling your eyes. I regret doing this, believe me. But there was some sort of confidence in me that night. A confidence that hasn't returned since, and you'll soon see why. Outside it was pretty nippy, but I had my jacket and slippers on, so I made my way steadily to the shed. After rounding the corner of the cabin, I could see it there in the moonlight. It didn't look so bad, the shed. It was the woods around me that were far more intimidating. My confidence continued to drive me, though. It drove me until I made it to the entrance of the shed. There, I could see at least 3 abandoned wasp nests just from that spot. Luckily, most creepy crawlies were dormant at the time, except for whatever was in the shed. I wasn't about to yank the door open. Definitely not. Instead, I'd slowly open it and peek in with my flashlight. Who knows what the animal inside would do if I startled it? Slow and steady, I reminded myself. I grabbed the handle of the door, which felt like it could come off if I gave it a good yank. I slowly pushed the shed door inward and shone the flashlight on every inch of the inside. My heart was pounding so hard, it sounded like a distant drum beat in my ear. As my pulse raced, the door widened, and soon I saw it. There was nothing in the shed. My hands fell to my side. Had I been dreaming the whole thing? Had it left before I got outside? Maybe it was just the wind after all. I exhaled and almost laughed. I got all worked up and brave for nothing. Just before I closed the shed door, before I walked mindlessly back inside to a peaceful night's sleep, my light caught something that reflected the light. Eyes. eyes coming from the ground. I was frozen. I stood still, microscopically moving my hand until the light showed me where the eyes were coming from. There was a face in the ground. When I saw it, I began to cry. It was definitely a face, the face of something that looked like it had buried itself in the dirt face up. Its eyes were wide open now, and their attention was entirely focused on me. What was I even looking at? I remember thinking. Its face looked like it had been stretched like pizza dough, only for it to dry that way. In the lighting, its skin was a mix of deep purple and brown, an unnatural shade for the skin of any healthy animal. And its teeth were horrible, and it was showing them to me in a silent snarl. It didn't seem to be happy that I was in its shed, and it seemed to be telling me to get out. That was it for me. I took its warning, running for my life back into our cabin. Once inside, I locked the door, and I crawled into my dad's bed for the remainder of that night. I didn't even try to go back to sleep. Rather, I listened for anything that sounded like movement. But the only sound that came around 5 hours later. It was the scratching again, followed by the sound of the shed door closing back in place, then very faint footsteps disappearing into the trees. And that was it. I know you want to hear more. You want to hear that I heard it and saw it again, but I didn't. I never had to worry about it again after that. Something tells me that once it saw me, once it discovered that someone found its sleeping spot, it didn't want to come back. Was it scared of me? I mean, something with a face like that. I wouldn't think it'd be scared of anything. Be careful if you live in the woods in northern Louisiana. Something is looking for a place to sleep. The Monster of Waldo County, Maine, by Clifton. It was 4 months ago. I was 16. I was going out with a friend of mine named Roger. We met under tragic conditions as both our fathers had passed away. We were going out in the woods for a night to do our usual nighttime activities. It's nice just being out there, but from time to time you see the occasional wounded animal who needs help. And one time we even found someone who was lost and helped them find their way back to the road. We had our flashlights on us that night. It was around 11:43 p.m., and we were on separate paths, but we had walkie-talkies to communicate. About half an hour goes by, and I'm still just walking around. Then, when I had to use the bathroom, someone grabbed my left shoulder. I nearly screamed until I saw it was Roger, but he's talking in a whisper. "Cliff, there's someone or something 50 yards away, over there." I followed him. We began hiding in a spot where whatever it was couldn't see us. We were at our quietest, and I was getting really creeped out. He shushed me and began to beckon me to look over where we were hiding so that I could get a glimpse of what he was talking about. I did see it. Something like a black silhouette. So black that the darkness and night around it was somehow less dark. The black was coming off of it in long, raggy, hair-like shapes. I gasped. I didn't mean to, it just happened, but I did it. And as soon as it heard it, we saw the most unnatural red eyes piercing through our hiding spot, looking straight at us. We ran the full few miles right out of the woods, only stopping when we broke the tree line, and at that point, we both collapsed and nearly passed out from exhaustion. It was only then that we heard it, a high-pitched, blood-curdling scream. It made my ears ring for hours after. We were safe now, only barely escaping the strange, dark thing. The Witch of the Towpath, submitted by Metalhead1. Let me start off by saying I've never really held stock in anything ghost or paranormal related. I guess I'm an atheist at my roots, and I love science and logic. But one dark night in my hometown of Williamsport, Maryland, changed the way I think completely. It happened nearly 10 years ago, when I was 16 going on 17 in my hometown. It was one of those places like everybody knows everybody. Not a lot of crime, hardly any violence, beyond the occasional bar fight that ended up in the streets. All that being said, I loved it there. It was peaceful, serene. I moved away though after I graduated high school, and still miss it to this day. Anyway, at the time, my girlfriend and I had just broken up. It was a pretty bad and ugly breakup. I was saddened and angry. I had been very much in love with that girl. But breakups happen. Even as a knucklehead teen, I knew this, but I felt distant. I suddenly felt distant from everyone and everything. I wanted to be alone completely. So I told my folks I was going to one of my many close-knit friends. It was a lie though. I had no intention to do that. So I walked to the towpath that wasn't far from my house. The walk was always relaxing and therapeutic. Walking the towpath, I admired nature and the river nearby. All of it became even more gorgeous during sunset. It really helped me calm down and helped me think better. I keep walking through the towpath a good ways in, and there's not a soul in sight that night. It was getting pretty dark, but I had no care in the world. Not with me being emotional at the time. At one point I sat down, stewing in my emotions and contemplating how I lost her. I'm man enough to admit I cried a little too. As I'm sitting there in the near darkness, completely alone, I suddenly felt the sensation. That cliched feeling people always say they have. It's a real thing. Like someone is watching you nearby. Someone you can't see, but you know they're there. I've read this phrase many times before, but never did I believe that it actually happened. Yet there I sat, with absolutely no fear in my heart, when something put me on edge. I felt chills and goosebumps. I stayed quiet for a while, steadying my breathing to listen, and that's when I heard a rustling in the leaves, maybe 30 or 40 yards away. Right away I assumed it was a bear. It sounded heavier than the smaller animals, like squirrels or raccoons, so that's what I assumed it was. But bears are pretty rare around these parts. Still, I wasn't about to take a chance with that. I just thought I'd get out of there. I began to steadily jog away. Then I began to convince myself that I'm just imagining things. I slowed down back to a walk, and I laughed to myself, thinking about how silly I'm being. When I hear this out of nowhere, "Leave now!" My goosebumps and chills return tenfold as I spin around, facing where the sound had come from. Keep in mind at this point, it's completely dark out, not pitch black, but enough to be pretty eerie. And then I see her. Not too far from me, there's a silhouette of a woman. She's hard to see, as she appears to be wearing all black. My heart sank, and for the first time in my life, I felt like my life was in danger. The woman raised one spindly hand towards me and reached out her finger, a bony, withered finger. I wasn't welcome there, and I knew if I didn't listen to this scary woman, she was going to do something unthinkable to me. Without even knowing it, perhaps by instinct, my eyes were searching for her face, and they found it. She was wrinkly and thin. Half of her teeth were gone, and where her eyes should have been were empty sockets. I snapped myself out of the paralysis, and I bolted out of there as fast as I could, All those years of sports finally paying off for something important. I exerted every muscle I had, afraid that if I didn't get away from this woman, I wouldn't be alive any longer. After maybe 20 yards of running, I turned behind me, fully expecting her to be gone or away from me. But somehow, she was closer than before, still pointing, but motionless. It was like she was gliding towards me. That's impossible. I turned away again, facing ahead of me. I could see the end of the towpath. I closed my eyes and sprinted until I felt the gravel just before you get to the bridge. I opened my eyes. The bridge was so close, yet so far. Again, rather hesitant this time, I turned around to look at the woman, and immediately I felt tons of relief. She was further away now, but still gliding toward me. This time I couldn't take my eyes off of her, off of the danger that was approaching, but I kept running, not even looking where I was going. And right before my eyes, she seemed to evaporate. Like smoke in the wind, she was just gone. But I'm not nearly done running. I run all the way to my friend's house, the nearest place I felt safe at, and I frantically try to tell them and his dad what I just experienced. Of course, my friend was skeptical and even laughed at me, but for some odd reason, his father took me seriously and believed every word. It turns out, his father has seen the witch of the towpath himself. That's the name he gave her. He claims it's a specter of an old witch that died there, and that to this day, she haunts the towpath and will chase anyone away who gets too close. I don't know, I'm still torn about what I saw. I don't know what it was, but the way it moved was inhuman. The way it looked was inhuman. Maybe it really was a witch, or maybe it was my grief-filled mind hallucinating something terrifying. I don't think I'll ever know. Massachusetts Skinwalker by Aaron. It was the early 2010s. I was around 7 years old. I was in my backyard camping, since I've never been camping before, and my parents thought it would be fun and cute to let me camp in the backyard. They even joined me. After a fun night around the campfire, it's time to hit the sack. We crawled into the tent and quickly dozed off. But something in the middle of the night woke me up. I had to use the bathroom really bad. I crawled over to my mom and rubbed her shoulder lightly, saying that I needed to go pee. She grumbled and told me to go outside near the tree. I did as she told me and steadily walked over to the tree outside the tent. As I did my business, I remember being nervous for 2 reasons. One, it was very dark, and at that age I was afraid of it. And 2, all of the sounds I had fallen asleep to, night birds and insects, they had gone silent, as if they'd disappeared. But soon, a noise did interrupt the silence. At first, I thought it was my mom calling me, but it wasn't coming from the tent. It was coming from in front of me, where the hedge and the metal fence met. It was calling to me. I ended up turning back and forth, looking at the hedge, then back to the tent, wondering what was going on. Did I not just crawl over my mom to get out of the tent? Who was talking to me? As I looked at the hedge more closely, I managed to make out a figure standing there. A figure whose skin was wrinkled every inch, as if withered away by hundreds of years of age, and I saw its mouth move, and my mother's voice came out. That's when I screamed. I ran back to the tent, and surprisingly, No one had been awakened by my screaming. I huddled up close to my mother, and I closed my eyes, trying to pretend that I was just sleeping. A few hours later, I was saved by the sunrise. Groggily, I helped my parents clean up. I never again asked my parents to camp out in the backyard. Even when they thought it'd be fun and asked me, I refused. But I never told them what I saw, because I don't know what I saw. Dogman, from Wit617. Location, Osceola, Michigan. It was 2007. I was 18. I grew up hearing stories about the Dogman, never really believing them. I was told a lot of stories as a kid. Stories to scare me, really. I played in the woods a lot when I was young. One warm fall day, my boyfriend, myself, and 2 other friends went out to see my grandmother at our family cabin. When we got there, my 2 younger cousins were there. They wanted to walk down to the river, so we all went, leaving my grandmother to have some free time without the 2 younger boys. As we walk up the hill, the boys wanted to race. So when we made it to the start of a certain trail along the river, we all lined up, and I yelled, "Ready, set, go." We all made a mad dash to the end of the trail. Suddenly, a massive buck came from seemingly nowhere, a couple of us nearly running into him. My family is very into hunting. I was no stranger to deer like this, which was why I thought it was so weird that this buck didn't move or panic when it heard us coming, because by no means were we being quiet. As I looked at the deer, I could see it breathing extremely heavily, and its eyes gave off a sense of panic. I looked beyond it to see where it had come from. There was a noise behind it. It turned its head in that direction, and I saw what it was looking at, the thing it had apparently been running from. It looked like a huge black dog, except dogs don't stand on 2 legs like that, not with that amount of balance and ease. The all-black creature was staring at the deer, mouth salivating and panting heavily, as if it had just came to a stop after running full speed. We had apparently interrupted something. I looked toward my boyfriend, and he was staring at the creature as well. But the little ones were watching the deer, unaware of the horror that was stalking it. When I turned back to the all-black dog-like creature, I see it taking off back down the hill. I run over to my boyfriend, our eyes wide as we looked at each other, without a word agreeing that yes, we really did just see that. As the other boys didn't see it, we didn't say anything about it. Rather, we went to the river and walked back to the cabin. All the while they complained that we had called it quits too early. When we left my grandma's that day, my boyfriend didn't really talk about it even after we were alone. Later that night, some friends came over, and all the boys from before came too, wanting to play Guitar Hero. Now, the place my boyfriend and I live is a farmhouse, quite an old one, and some of the windows in it are floor-to-ceiling windows. They're about 7 feet tall. As we watched the boys playing Guitar Hero and having a great time, I saw something beyond them through the window that at first I thought was our dog, but that wasn't our dog. It looked like a dog. It had its mouth open, and it was far too tall to be a normal canine. I freaked out and began to cover the windows, lying about why I was doing so. I wondered, had that thing found us, followed us for some reason? Was it mad that we had interrupted its hunt? Or was I just seeing things after being so shaken up? That was a very creepy day. Something in the Woods, from Megan M. 2001. Location, Minnesota. It was last spring. My boyfriend and I went to my cabin alone. It's in a small town in Minnesota out in the middle of nowhere, and the closest neighbor was about 4 miles away. It was our second night there, and my boyfriend T was making dinner. I was trying to set up the DVD player so we could watch some movies. While I was doing that, T dropped the bowl and was frozen, staring out the window. He then looked at me, and it was the most scared I'd ever seen him. He told me to come over and look outside. I did so, and I froze just like he did. There was this thing outside, maybe 15 feet from the cabin. The best I could describe it was like a skinny, sick bear without fur. This was definitely no bear, though. It stood up on 2 legs, and it reached about 8 feet. It made this horrible scream that made me cover my ears. Then it quickly snapped its neck to look at T and I. That's when I backed up. For about 5 minutes, we stared at each other, and I swear to God that thing smiled at us. It had so many sharp teeth in its maw. It screamed again, then fell to 4 legs and ran back into the woods. T and I just looked at each other in shock, and we quickly packed up. We were going to leave first thing in the morning because we were so creeped out. We went to bed around 11:30, but while we were sleeping, we woke up to a scratching sound from outside the cabin. It was about 4 a.m. then. I screamed at it to go away when I suddenly heard what sounded like a laugh before things went silent again. In the morning, with the sunlight, T and I went outside and around the cabin. There we found claw marks. They were also covering our car. Whatever that thing was, it was angry. We won't be going back to that cabin for a long time. A Town in Mississippi That Doesn't Exist by Matthew W. I was driving my grandmother home from Nebraska late one day. I think we were traveling south on Highway 45. Everything was normal. We were just cruising along. There were no side roads, no gradual splits. We were driving straight down Highway 45 when all of a sudden we found ourselves in this small little town. There was no exit, just a main street that led to the end of the town. It held a strange, large gray and black church or town hall looking building. There were very few cars there, and those we did see really stuck out. One of them I remembered. It looked like a mix between a 50s and 80s construction. The town itself was just so weird. The second we pulled into the little town, my grandma began getting extremely uneasy. I knew something was up. The town was just wrong. What it looked like to me was an artist's rendition of a town. Like if you took an artist and sat them down and asked them, someone who has never seen what a small town in America looks like, to recreate it. Everything was just out of place and fake looking. Better yet, the road never made any turns and never led anywhere but straight. One moment we were headed south down Highway 45. The next, the forest on either side of us thickens to the point where you couldn't see anything through it. Then it opened up, and we were slowing through this small little town through its main street. We didn't see any people either that night. In hindsight, that's probably a good thing. I don't think I wanted to see the residents of this town. There was also this way too big building at the end of the street. It looked like it was the most important building in the town. Gray walls, black roof, and 4 towers. It was very apprehensive and awe-inspiring. When I saw it, I knew something extremely strange was going on. Highway 45 doesn't just stop. In fact, most, if not all, highways don't just end at a town in the middle of nowhere. All we could do was continue driving. Because, again, the town did not have any turns or side roads. Just a road right through the middle. It's the kind of thing if you were quickly driving by, everything would appear normal. But if you take even 1 second to stop and look at it, you would be just as horrified as I was. The buildings had windows that didn't make any sense. They were in between the floors, in positions where people couldn't even look out if they wanted to. There were stores that had no doors and no signs. There were no other roads turning in or out. It seriously looked like just the description of a small town. It was missing basically everything else. And remember the trees I mentioned before, the thick forest upon entering this place? Well, the trees were so overgrown that some of them were hitting and scraping on my car. It was like vehicles had never driven down this road before. Why would the forest be that overgrown? With tension growing in the car between me and my grandma, about halfway to the building at the end of the street, I slowed the car down to a crawl. My grandma in the seat next to me was absolutely freaking out. To her credit, she was doing it in silence, and despite me not pointing anything out to her, she was just as terrified. She was shaking, before finally saying we needed to leave. We had to leave. I guess I'm very lucky that I was there with her. If it had just been me in the car, my curiosity would have gotten the better of me. It felt like we were in a place that we were not supposed to be, like a part of the world that wasn't ready yet. It felt like we were in a place that wasn't supposed to be known, that human eyes were not supposed to see, like a mask that was put over what was actually there. Just in case any uninvited guests showed up, this curtain of a town was placed there. So thank you, Grandma, for probably saving my life. I would have absolutely loved to explore that place. I know if she hadn't been there, I would have parked the car and gotten out. But instead, I did a 2-point turn, and we left the way we came. We began to drive back up the street, and to be honest with you, after feeling all the sensations I felt seeing that town, I didn't think it would let us leave, if that makes any sense. Luckily, though, the strange, odd-looking buildings were giving way to the thick forest again, and the thick forest began to give way to highway. After driving for a while, we were back to normal roads, and we were breathing easy once more. Now we were driving north on Highway 45, which was the opposite direction of where we needed to go. I made a U-turn, painfully heading back in the direction of the town. And you want to know the best part? The weirdest part? The town wasn't there anymore. The highway was just highway again. We drove exactly where we were before, but now there was no town, just road. Grandma was still shaking, and she and I both knew something out of this world had just happened. I could never find that town again, could never spot it on any maps, and I don't know the name of it. And I'm about 1,000% sure there's no such town in Mississippi. I've checked time and time again. Be careful when you drive at night, because something that looks like a town may just swallow you whole. Flying Creature of Missouri, submitted by Dallas. It was me and my cousin. Let's call him Alex. It was a summer night not too long ago. The year was 2015, and it was a little after 11:30. Our uncle and grandma lived next to each other in our small town in Missouri. And in this story, we saw the most bizarre thing we'd ever seen, and we're sure that it wasn't normal. Anyway, it was just our usual summer night. The two of us were running around playing night tag and other silly games that children do. At one point, the adults went inside to get some drinks, so they left Alex and I outside to play. We were walking from our uncle's house to our grandma's, since they are close neighbors, to tell her we were playing cards, a thing we do every Thursday night. There is one streetlight on the end of the road, so it was almost completely pitch black. All we had was a large flashlight, a tool that we had borrowed from our uncle. We were talking about games and other things we wanted to get, and that's when we heard it. A loud and terrifying screech. We both, out of instinct, fell to the ground. I looked up, and what I saw made me scream. "What in the world is that?" I yelled. Alex looked up and pointed the flashlight in the direction of the noise. The trees were in the way, but in between the sparse leaves, we could faintly see the outline of something big. It wasn't a bird, and it was way too big to be a bat. The creature then darted behind a tree, and we suddenly lost sight of it. We thought it was gone, so slowly we calmed down, then darted to the overhang on my grandmother's porch for safety. Just as we began to run, we heard the screech again. This time it was closer, and it was ear-piercing. "Screw this, man," Alex yelled. As we bolted to our grandma's, I looked up and saw the silhouette flying in the direction of our grandma's place. And I'm sure that Alex saw it too, because he instantly stopped, turned around, and ran the other way. Now we were running back to our uncle's house, not stopping to look back at that thing once. We ran inside, slammed the door, and got stares of confusion from our panting. Alex's little sister asked what was wrong, and we explained what the heck had just happened. His sister didn't believe us, not much to my surprise. She thought we were just trying to scare her, so she headed out the door to prove that it was fake, that we were just lying. We stood outside with our baseball bats, ready to attack anything that flew towards us, but we didn't hear it or see it again that night. We've encountered this creature a few more times, but the last time we heard it, my friend Gabby was there too. Each time it feels even more terrifyingly bone-chilling than the last. Now, we don't dare leave the house past 11 when we visit. We've never seen the creature up close, but the screech and the shadow flying around is enough to give us nightmares. We believe that what we saw is known as the Turkey Creek Monster, as we live extremely close to that area. In fact, we grew up hearing stories of the flying demon. I don't know if the legends are true, but I know for dang sure we heard something that night. We saw something not of this world, and I feel grateful that we're here today, able to share this story. A Night Shift Cop Story, submitted by Tiana. To begin, this is my Uncle David's story. David is 40, served in the military until he married, then took a civilian job as a cop. When David started working as a cop in Montana, he was given the graveyard shifts. A lot of his job is driving along long roads surrounded by open land. He admits to it being extremely boring at times. One night, David and a partner of his were on the night shift together when they received a call from someone complaining about a creepy man standing on a hill. It was the middle of winter, and with such a low crime rate, my uncle figured it was just a homeless man trying to find shelter from the snow. So in the middle of the night in the freezing cold, my uncle and his partner went out to find the homeless man and offer him some help. The location was on a back road. As such, there were no streetlights, but the moonlight reflecting on the white snow made it easier to see. After several minutes of driving, they both finally spot the man. He was tall, standing on a small hill. They couldn't see any details of him. All they could really see from the car was a dark outline of the man. David decided to walk up to the man on the hill, but his partner decided to stay in the car. David yelled to the man, but the man on the hill did not move. The man never even turned around, never acknowledging David's presence. David called for his partner to come up and help. Then the mood changed, because the man was now moving towards them. David had never even seen him turn. David called out to the man, asking for his name, mostly to lighten the mood, but there was no answer, and the man was still walking towards him, getting closer by the second. There was no real reason to be afraid, but for some reason, David felt this tension. They still couldn't see the man's face. He was just a black figure before them. Things steadily felt worse to David. This strange man was now only a couple of feet away, and he was completely blacked out, which was almost impossible, because at this distance, they should have been able to see the man's clothes and his face, but he was completely shadowed. My uncle, knowing that this is his job, he couldn't just leave. He closed the gap between them, with his partner following behind. They approached the man, trying to end this weird situation, when suddenly
The black mass of a man before them faded away like dust in a breeze. David noticed that there were no footprints in the snow in front of him. The snow was smooth and unscathed. Even weirder yet, there were no footprints behind him, as if David had never walked up here, but instead just appeared. None of this made any sense, so both the cops ran back to the car for safety. To this day, my uncle does not know what happened. He doesn't know what they saw that night. He says if it was an illusion, it was the most convincing and vivid one he's ever seen. After the experience, David began to ask questions. He needed to know. He needed answers about this event. And soon David found out some disturbing information. Apparently, most of his coworkers have spotted this blacked out man. They say that he's always there on the hill, but no one knows why. No one knows who or what he is. But one thing is certain. David wasn't the first to see this blacked out man, and he won't be the last.
Hunted during Pokemon Go. Submitted by Skriller. If Pokemon Go has done anything, it has made me much more active as a rather distracted member of my community and a hiker. More than I ever have, I find myself walking the nature trails and parks of my town, which is smack dab in the middle of Nebraska. Being a college student, I had a little bit too much time on my hands. I mean, I really didn't, but I made the rash decision to put off a crap load of homework just so I could catch dozens of the billions of Pidgeys programmed into the world. And sadly enough, I really didn't play with anyone else. I'm actually sort of nervous to play with other people. I've been like this since middle school, but now, after this encounter, I do regret that decision. I should have played with friends. We all should never play alone, if anything, for the sake of our safety. In groups, we can stay alert, ward off danger, and maybe even scare off the people and creatures in the shadows that might have the worst in mind for us. This experience happened on one of my favorite nature trails. It sits next to a lake where people often boat and fish. I've even been told that there were bodies buried out there during the Civil War, both Indian and American. So that already added a bit of creepiness to the hikes that I tried to distract myself from as I walked. At this nature trail, well, at the start really, there are two Pokespots. One for an engraved bench and the other is a small memorial statue that is sort of vague. I could never really tell what it was supposed to be. So I'd grab a few Pokeballs from those stops, hopefully, maybe buy an incense or two, and begin my walk. This was always very fun for me. I've never really been into the whole outside thing. Sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? But getting up early, having breakfast, and enjoying a hike alone was always so peaceful and pleasant. I don't know why I wasn't doing it before. My mother and father hated it, though. I'm a small guy, and definitely your stereotypical nerd. I did not get any sort of masculine or bulky genes. No, I was never picked on, fortunately enough. But I look as frail as Captain America before he got juiced. When I told my parents about my new hobby, again, they were not thrilled. There were often bear and mountain lion sightings out there. We have quite a few hunters where I live, and they are not hesitant to share photos from their deer cams and tell stories of the creepy things they see out there. Now that I think of it, I guess I wasn't too close to where these folks hunted, but still, I've heard mountain lions have territories that can cover up to 8 or 10 miles. If any of this is incorrect, I apologize. It's just what I've heard. Anyway, this cool morning, I took my Galaxy S6 and a pair of new tennis shoes and went on a walk. It had rained the day before, so the ground at the trail was muddy, and there were still droplets on the trees and grass. It made everything even better. I love rainy days. About 5 minutes into the trail and 2 bell sprouts later, I started hearing something in the distance. It wasn't behind me, it was beside me. If I had to guess, it must have been a couple of 100 feet into the thick trees. It sounded like steps, just a few, and very inconsistent. There were maybe 2 or 3 steps every 10 seconds. I assumed it was a deer. I've seen a lot of those around there, and sometimes the things would jump into the road and total the oncoming cars. It was messy stuff. I kept walking, though, not even spooked at the sounds, even as they continued for another 15 minutes.
What was weird was the fact that they followed me. Maybe they were different deer, all the same distance out, I hoped. Yeah, it sounded pretty stupid now that I think of it. For all I knew, it could have been other hikers who had decided to go off the trail. Surely, though, I would have heard them talking by now. I shrugged it off and continued. By that time, I was about halfway in. Heading back or going forward, it would have taken me the same amount of time to exit the woods. At that point in the trail, there's a bend that creates a sort of U to allow folks to circle back. Going straight would just lead into denser forest that I'd most likely get lost in if I were to somehow wander out there. Luckily, I paid just enough attention while playing Go to keep myself in the middle of the trail. So, I was now heading back. Yet those steps followed me. Still at my side in the same area, but now I could tell they were getting closer. Fear started to well up inside me. I felt myself wanting to walk faster, and I ended up breaking into a light jog. I think I was still in denial at the moment. Wouldn't instinct tell a person to run as fast as they possibly could if they really thought they were in danger? I've read, heard, and watched so many stories in books and on TV where the person just walks faster, then jogs, and then finally runs, but it's too late. I had somehow fallen into that same horror movie cliché. And wouldn't you know it, those footsteps got heavier and more frequent whenever I started to jog. Still, they only got closer. But it wasn't just footsteps that haunted me that morning, because as I glanced to the left of me every 2 seconds, I saw something there in the trees. A great mass of black blew past hundreds of trees with ease, though it was easily 4 times my size. All in an instant, I ran hard, twisting my ankle but forcing myself to stay afoot. My heart seemed to stop for a moment, then beat so hard it hurt. I could feel my whole body pound with each beat. God, I can barely even accurately describe that feeling to you, to honestly believe that your life is going to end in seconds. I was literally scared to death, and I hope none of you ever have to experience that. It's painful. At the time, I didn't think, I just ran. Running, I could make it back to my car in at least 5 minutes. 5 freaking minutes, 300 seconds being pursued by whatever the hell it was. I don't know how I managed to make it. I remember breaking back through the exit of the trail, my car in sight, and having enough gall to actually turn around to see what had been chasing me. It was a bear. It stood on all fours several yards into the trail still. It wasn't snarling or growling or anything of the sort. It had slowed to a halt. It looked at me for a few moments, then turned back into the woods. It was horrifying being chased by an animal you know could kill you easily if it wanted to. Seeing that black mountain of fur coming at me, I almost died from fright. But now, calm and thinking back, the thing must have been warning me to stay away or even playing with me. Even still, never have I felt so close to death. That's my story. I haven't told anyone else besides the internet now. Most people wouldn't believe that I was chased by a bear, and I am not going to tell my parents. They would kill me. Anyway, Pokemon Go is fun, guys, but try to stay with a group. As for me, I'll be playing in town from now on.
Nevada House. Submitted by Carson F. This happened when I was 8 years old, but the memory is still fresh. It still haunts me very much so. My parents went to an auction that my old school, Holy Spirit, was hosting. My parents won a vacation house in Nevada at the auction. When I heard about this, I was so excited to get there. The house was in the middle of these very thin woods that were basically desert surrounded by more flat desert. Whereas in my mind, before I saw the place, I was imagining something more lush. Not this hot and dry place. But I was still excited. It's not every day that you can explore a new place you've never been to before. Especially a new forest, if you could call it that.
We arrived. The house had old, gray, dusty oak wood planks for walls, 2 old rusty windows to each side of the old creaky black door, with a rusty doorknob to top it off, and the door had an old-fashioned window. Some really old and dusty stairs led up to the porch, and on that porch waited a gray, creaky wooden rocking chair, an ancient relic, it seemed. My curiosity overpowered me like a 455-pound boulder. I grabbed my stuff and I ran out of the car, dashing as fast as a hungry, ravenous cheetah could to the room I would be staying in. At first, I tried to call dibs on the master bedroom, but my parents weren't having none of that. The room I had, though, was massive, at least 3 times bigger in every way from my actual room. Though that might be the only wonderful thing about it. The bed itself was old and basically piled on with rags. It was worn out beyond its years. But the pillows on top were surprisingly comfortable, and so was the mattress. And when I laid in the bed, I found this beautiful sky blue quilt that looked like it hadn't aged at all. The rest of the room, such as the old worn blue rug, a decaying oak wood desk, a cracked window, and a painting of an alleyway with lots of flowers. It was all ancient and matched the theme of old, you know. Excitedly, I unpacked my stuff and I ran downstairs. Soon after, my dad and I decided to explore the basement. When we got down there, we were horrified. There were chairs lined up facing the wall, and a single dim light that we turned on when we went down there. I mean, it was a weird way to store the chairs, the way they faced the walls. The way it appeared like fluids had dried on the floor just below the chairs, as if a group of people had sat there, facing the walls, and cried, or worse. It even weirded out my dad, who found it so creepy that when we got back upstairs, we locked the door and placed a temporary board over it, just in case. I don't really know what we were keeping out, but I just think he wanted to be sure. By nighttime, I'd completely forgotten about the basement. Maybe I'd just been overthinking it, I thought. We were in our separate rooms, my parents and I. I had my dog Percy with me, while Reagan, my big dog, went to sleep with my brother in his room. We also had my sister with us, Jane, and she had a room of her own as well. I slept in the room closest to the stairs. Jane's room was next to mine, and then Joey's, and then my parents'. I stayed up late, doing a bit of reading, specifically The Farmer Boy, from the Little House on the Prairie series. After about 30 minutes of reading, I fell asleep, but I woke up around 2 in the morning to the sound of someone banging on the walls. Percy was barking like crazy, and I could hear Reagan going insane. I left the room with Percy close to my side. Percy was very protective of me. I looked over to see Jane and Joey were awake as well, but somehow my parents were still asleep. Having loud kids like us, it wouldn't surprise me that they were such deep sleepers. After a few seconds, the banging just stopped. We didn't know what the heck it was, and we were a little creeped out, but we had no other choice but to just go back to bed and try to forget about it. The next day was pretty uneventful. We hung out together, played some board games, hiked a bit of the desert outside, had a picnic. Nothing too strange happened. But that very next morning, at the very same time, 2 a.m., I woke up again to the banging, but this time we went to our parents' room and woke them up so they could hear it. By the time they actually woke up, though, the banging had stopped. This was even stranger. It was like whoever was banging didn't want our parents to hear, just us. Our parents irritably told us to just go back to sleep, that it was probably just the wind outside. The house was old, after all. We were obedient kids, so we listened to them. We went back to our own rooms. Only half an hour later, the banging started up again, louder than before, and I kept wondering why or how my parents hadn't heard it yet. How on earth could anyone sleep through something that loud? I met up with my brother and sister, and the three of us decided to check it out ourselves because we knew our parents weren't going to do anything. We braced ourselves, swallowed hard, and we made sure Percy and Reagan were close to us the entire time. We went downstairs and soon discovered something nerve-wracking. The banging was coming from the basement door. As soon as we saw that, it stopped. Now, this is where the story would be different from a movie. Because we weren't idiots, we didn't go down the basement to check it out. We didn't even go all the way down the stairs just to get a better look. We turned tail and we ran back to our parents' room. We woke them up, we told them what was happening, and we said we weren't leaving their sides. Luckily, they were too tired to argue, so they told us to just fall asleep in their bed. It was a tight squeeze, but we all managed to fit. After all, it was better than sleeping alone in a room in a very haunted house. Everyone went to sleep after that, except for me. I couldn't get back to sleep. I just laid there wide awake. Around 3 in the morning, I heard the TV turn on by itself. It startled me pretty bad. I woke my dad, who without a word just turned off the TV. Then he barely audibly muttered, "It's not time for TV, it's time for bed." I rolled my eyes and didn't reply. A few seconds after, the TV turned on again. My dad just pressed the off button on the remote, but this time the TV didn't turn off. So my dad just stood up out of bed and went and unplugged the TV. Now you think that would be that, but the TV didn't turn off once it was unplugged. And finally, my dad actually reacted to what was going on. He was going back to bed when he could still hear the TV on. He turned around slowly with a look of denial on his face, and when he saw the static on the TV still going, with the cord obviously not in the wall, he looked as confused and terrified as I was. Suddenly, he kicked the TV right in the screen. It didn't crack or anything, but it suddenly clicked off. He turned to me, seeing me as scared as I was, then said something that I knew he didn't even believe. Probably just a bit of phantom power, you know? I unplugged it and it took a moment for it to go off. Happens sometimes. But not seconds after he said that, a music box that was on one of the old dressers began to play on its own without ever having been wound up. And I swear, behind the music, I heard a child laughing. That was it. I think my dad decided that was enough. He woke up my family, and he made us all pack up our stuff early. We got out of there as quickly as we could. Before we left, though, I had to walk Percy and Reagan real quick so that they wouldn't go while we were driving. I took them around the house, but I made sure to stay within sight of my parents. And that's when I noticed a ladder that hadn't been there before. A ladder leading up to my parents' bedroom, right up to their window. I took the dogs right away back to the car. My dad ignited the engine, and we got out of there at record speed. I don't know what happened that weekend. I don't know why there was a ladder leading up to the window, or what was in the basement. But I never quite experienced the same kind of fear compared to what I experienced that weekend. If you ever went to stay at an old vacation home in Nevada in the middle of the desert, surrounded by sparsely interlaced trees, don't go there. Maybe just go bowling instead. Veil End Encounter. Submitted by Lovecraft Dreamer. I live in central New Hampshire. About 10 years ago, I met my now husband. When we were first dating, we went fishing a lot. One evening he said, "Hey, let's go fishing for hornpout. I know just the spot." Hornpout are a night-dwelling fish similar to catfish. I said yes, and we quickly gathered our gear and headed out. We drove for about 40 minutes south to a small town in southern New Hampshire called Wilton. My husband directed me onto a one-lane dirt road. It was very dark on that road. There were no streetlights and no houses around. It was all woods and dirt and just our headlights. We finally made it to the body of water he wanted to fish at, so we disembarked from my truck, then headed out onto the path that goes around the lake, fishing gear in tow. After perhaps 5 minutes of walking in absolute darkness, we made it to a clear spot and began baiting our lures and fidgeting with the glow-in-the-dark bobbers. Suddenly, there was a large sounding crash in the woods around us. It sounded like a large branch breaking, or a very large wild animal was carelessly thrashing about. We both jumped up and began shining our flashlights in the direction of the noise. We heard another fainter cracking sound come from a different location. Then the woods went silent. No crickets, no other nighttime creatures rustling around, just the random cracking and thrashing sounds. I had goosebumps on the back of my neck. We whispered to each other, trying to figure out what was making the sound as we frantically shone the flashlight around. We were hoping to see eyes reflecting back at us, but instead, we saw nothing. We wondered if it may have been an injured bear or moose. We listened for footfalls, whimpers, and yips from coyotes, but still we heard nothing of the sort. Another loud cracking sound came from our left, followed by a fainter one to the right. There was no wind, no grunting of large animals. We listened in painful silence and came to the conclusion that whatever was out there was no animal, because there were no other sounds to denote footfalls or breathing, unless whatever it was hovering off the ground, which was impossible. The crashing sound was coming from all over at different intervals and at different distances. We both shone our flashlights in the direction of the crashes, from the left and to the right. We looked and listened when there was another even louder, closer cracking, coming from the direction our lights were pointed. That was when we decided to call it quits. We got out of there. My husband is experienced in the woods and has never seen or heard anything like that before. We were both amazed and terrified. Fast forward a few years, and I finally graduated into the age of technology and got my first internet-capable phone. I was researching some local ghost legends and came across the Blue Lady of Wilton, whose headstone rests in the Vale Inn Cemetery. In one paranormal investigation that I read, the investigators found a body of water behind the cemetery, beyond a small stretch of woods where they found more activity than the cemetery itself. I told this to my husband and showed him the picture of the apparition over the headstone. To my dismay, he said, "Yeah, that's the reservoir where we went fishing at that one night." As soon as the words left his lips, the memory of that evening came flooding back, and we both got chills. A few months ago, I told this story to an online community, and someone pointed out that it could have been a Pukwudgie encounter. I don't know exactly what we encountered that night. Whatever it was, really spooked the both of us. I do believe in the paranormal. I just didn't know how close to the cemetery we were that night. How close we were to the angry supernatural forces that were crashing and breaking things through the woods.
The Devil of Bear Swamp. Submitted by Raven Boy.
My family was always in a financial rut, especially after my mother passed and my father moved to New Jersey with me and my sister. If you're familiar, New Jersey property prices aren't as bad as New York's, but their taxes are crazy. That as it is, me and my father always took work, whether it was running a good truck, cleaning some guy's house, or working on the road. Our most common job was truck driving. He got a somewhat stable job from a family friend who owned a trucking company down near Newark. It likely isn't there anymore. He had to relocate after flooding. We would haul shipments of food and metals, deliver truck parts, or even just do something as simple as take it for repairs when the mechanics weren't available. Making $200 for just driving a couple of Mack trucks, it was pretty good work for someone my age. Not to mention my father, who was half crippled, who couldn't even lift himself off the floor if he were to fall. All of this would change, however. We had a job to deliver food supplies to Fort Dix, pretty standard. We ended up delivering more than required, and my father, being the sneak that he was, decided to keep a chest of meat for ourselves. It was about mid-August, near the end of the summer rush for people to come to the shore. This meant a large amount of drunken young folks, families, and even the occasional nudist would flock down the highways like a group of birds, swarming the beaches and boardwalks. This meant an extra buildup of traffic, and thus, more accidents. We listened to the traffic report whenever we made a haul, short or long. It provided us with weather, what routes to avoid, and so on. This is how we knew our usual route was piled up after a drunk driver got behind the wheels of an SUV, plowing into another car, and the domino effect just followed. Luckily, the pileup was pretty small. But for us at the time, it was more than a small nuisance, needing to plan a detour with the sun setting, already behind schedule. To make it short, after cursing out the tourists on the radio, we decided to simply take the more secluded, rural back roads of the surrounding barrens. This was mostly Bear Swamp, a large nature reserve and hunting area during the deer season. It also had some bear and even bald eagle preservation, but I can assure you, what we saw and heard on that back road, it was no eagle. The detour put us off schedule for about an extra hour and a half, sending us right through the swampy roads, flooded with mud and dirt, not to mention the pitch-black darkness and having to drive slowly due to deer or coyote running across the road in the pitch-black darkness. I remember joking with my father about going for a swim in the swamp because our AC had broken at the time. "Hey Dad, how's about a dip with those gators?" He said something along the lines of wishing he could feed Saul, the family friend, to the gators for not getting the dang air fixed. The night swamp was oddly mystical looking as I watched it from the open windows. A bright star and the few lightning bugs you could see in the distance. It was a really good scene. Despite what most say of Jersey, it isn't all smokestacks and highway. Something was off, however. Middle of summer, driving past the swamp, normally you would hear the calls of frogs or even an owl in the pines. Granted, our truck engine would be spooking most of the animals, but all the same, this amount of noiselessness was out of place. As I enjoyed the view, my body flung forward against the dashboard as my father slammed on the brakes. He hit the horn at the same time. "What the hell?" I practically shouted at him, my teen voice still cracking. How stupid I must have sounded. "Deer on the road. Big sucker, too. Should tell your granddad to come out here next winter." He was plain and simple about it, something I hadn't inherited from him. Pulling myself into my seat, I strained my eyes to see past the darkness, to which I did see a tuft of hair disappearing from our headlights, flicking like that of a cat's tail. Oddly, it was dark from what I could see. The fur was blackish ginger instead of the usual brown or white a deer would have. Its length was off as well. If I could guess, I'd say it was a good 5 inches long. About another 20 minutes later, we had made it deeper into the wooded area, passing the farmland and meeting the old cabins and hillbilly hotels that scattered the woods like buckshot. It wasn't like a suburban cul-de-sac in the middle of the woods. These houses were spaced out a good 15 minutes from each other, if not more, as we were making our way down the long winding path, praying not to get shot by some crazed redneck, who we may have awakened from a deep sleep. It hit us. and literally a loud snapping noise like a metallic bang as something landed on top of the truck. First, we imagined it was just a tree limb hitting the top of the truck. Being quite tall, it had knocked many branches off before, but it began moving, like rocks hitting the metal. All you heard was snap, clank, snap, clank, as whatever it was too tall to move under the branches, hitting the roof and trailer. At this point, my dad stopped, intending to exit the cabin and see the commotion for himself. Then came the most horrific thing I've ever seen in my life. Even now, as I share this. Grizzled, dark hair, gingerly black like it was burnt, long round snout like a donkey, but with bulldog-like teeth, fangs peeking from its lips. Its claws were just that, long finger-like appendages that ended in sharp, almost metallic-looking talons that scratched across our windshield. Hanging from each arm was a long flap of skin connected to its barrel-shaped chest as it slithered across our hood. If I had to guess a length and width, I'd say it was about as big as a professional basketball player, probably around 200 or so pounds. Its eyes weren't glowing like most would say, but in the light of our cabin, they reflected like that of a cat's eyes. It had next to no ears, just a flat head, except for two curled growths on its head, like filed-down antlers, dull and short. As it stared into our truck, its nose flared and exhaled deeply, its breath fogging up the glass before it slithered back up, the clanking noises returning as it climbed over the truck itself, hitting the roof of the trailer, its tail coming up and lashing about. The tail was long and reptilian, dark gray with a tuft of mangy hair on its tip, thin and large at the same time. It lashed out sideways, swooping off the hood before smashing into the side of the truck. I've been in plenty of car-on-car accidents, and I can tell you honestly that when you're in a vehicle that is rocking back and forth on two wheels, it's not pretty. As we landed back down on our left side, the tail swooped out again, with just as much force, shattering my father's window. Never before have I seen a 50-year-old man nearly soil himself. The creature must have reached the back of the trailer. I started feeling as if we were tipping backwards before a loud screech ripped through the air. Honestly, if anyone has ever heard a bat squeak, imagine it amplified and drawn out. Just as I was about to break down in a panic, a loud ripping noise followed, a series of loud clanks as its claws dug through the back of the truck. This was met by the truck jerking violently, back and forth, the sound of heavy breathing in our ears as it climbed in the trailer, and a lurch as it climbed out. Finally, the sounds of branches snapping and a quickly fading fwap, 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 as wings flew off into the night. We sat there in silence. We were scared to death. Our truck just sat there as we stared at the dimly lit dirt path before us, partially unsure of what happened, half expecting the thing to return, and half not believing what actually happened. After 10 minutes of sitting in cold sweat, we started the engine and drove to the yard another 2 hours. And the entire way there, we were silent. We told Saul about the dragon, but he wrote it off quickly as backwood freaks trying to rob us for food. We did discover a whole crate was busted open at the lock, the door as well hanging on a hinge that was discovered by a cop who had pulled us over halfway there. Growing up in Jersey, you always hear stories of the devil, the old legend of the Lees family, or the tale of the King of Spain, the joke about the man and the kangaroo. But most only believe them as stories, nothing more. But that night, looking into the snorting nostrils and hearing that blood-curdling scream, I was convinced that the devil is no myth. Perhaps they're right. New Jersey really is a portal to hell.
The following story appeared in a previous video titled 5 Supernatural Horror Stories. Number 2. A New Mexican Dogman. Submitted by Caleb R.
I've heard of the Dogman, even before this experience, and even if I did have a camera at the time that this took place, I'm not sure if I would have had the courage to use it. It was during a camping trip at a place here in New Mexico called Oasis State Park. Back then, my church had many children running around, and I made good friends with one of them. I was close enough with him to be invited on a camping trip with his family. It was 4 of us, his father, his little sister, him, and me. Of course, I brought everything from a Bible, I don't exactly know why, spare clothes, a small pocket knife, a lantern, my sleeping bag, and my own tent, along with the basic essentials like socks, toothbrush, and toothpaste. Everything I thought I'd need for a good 3-day camping trip. It probably doesn't bear much importance, but out of the kids, I was the oldest at the age of 12. Ryan was a few weeks younger than me, and his sister was around 8. I'm 19 now, so this was several years ago. The first day we set up our tents and proceeded to have a fantastic time. Me and Ryan finished setting up our stuff and walked down to a pond not too far from the tents. The trail to it was literally next to the campsite. I find it important now to mention that yes, there were trees, but not in the same way as a forest. These were small, feeble trees, clearly recently planted, and obviously barely surviving. I only remember them faintly, as I really didn't focus on the shrubbery, short of collecting sticks and watching out for cacti whenever me and Ryan explored the trail. Anyway, like I was saying, me and Ryan were having a blast, even if we had to drag his sister around because she was bored and couldn't explore alone. We saw a scary yet gorgeous-looking snake that was shiny and black. It was down at the pond getting a drink. Once it was done, it shot off into the brush. Other than that, only 2 other features of this park were important. The bathroom was up a slight incline along the trail, being maybe 2 or 3 campsites away from ours. That and a bunch of sand dunes built around rocky pillars, natural pillars like thin mesas, set ahead of our campsite maybe 3 campsites away. Beyond those pillars was a fenced-off, very flat and very dry area, if I remember correctly. The bathroom from the front of my tent was to the left, and the dunes directly ahead through a badly kept trail. The first day was fine, and that night we got a campfire going. We had s'mores, told scary stories to each other. Their dad told the only scary stories that night, and I'm sure the man's faith affected the gore level of the story considering we were kids. It was about some abandoned building with ghosts or something, and it wasn't actually scary. I went to bed that night, expecting a cold but peaceful sleep. At some point, I woke up and had to use the bathroom. I didn't feel like walking all the way to the bathroom. Lazy me, right? So I just went ahead and urinated on a small birch tree that sat literally 4 feet away from my tent. After that, I was back asleep in my tent. I don't remember how long I was asleep before waking up to the feeling of needing to do number 2. It had just rained. I could tell from a tiny leak in the tent, and I wasn't about to go poop on a tree. Well, my little LED lantern wasn't very strong, and now my shoes were outside the tent completely wet, but I needed to go, and this wasn't going to wait, so I decided to just deal with it. Like literally every tent I've ever owned, and probably every tent out there, mine had 2 doors, not a front and back door, but a zipped shut door with a zipped shut screen door outside that. That way you could see outside your tent without leaving or having a few mosquitoes move in for the night. So of course, having heard coyote howls, I wanted to check the outside of my tent before stepping out completely. And also, being a kid, I didn't realize how easily a wild hungry coyote could rip through my flimsy nylon screen. Yet it still felt safe. So I unzip the tent door and turn on my LED lantern. For a few seconds, everything seemed clear, and the rain had already stopped. Welcome to New Mexico weather. So I decided it would be safe. I began to unzip the tent screen when I heard a very loud howl, like a coyote's but much, much deeper. If you've ever heard coyotes, they can get pretty high-pitched, so this sound was just weird. It took a moment for my ADHD self to stop focusing on the weird pitch and realize that the howl sounded close, like from the pond close. I didn't even really think to turn off my lantern. I just went to close the tent flap. About a third of the way done zipping the actual tent flap shut, I hear crunching, like when you're on a pebble-filled playground and somebody is casually walking. This is because the tent sites had pebble flooring, just a bunch of tiny little pebbles in a big open circle to make a smoother camp area. Not only was the howl odd, but the footsteps themselves were weird. A fair bit of time between each footstep, and it sounded like they were being dragged with each step, like claws. Well, ADHD, me, froze in my task, and thousands of ideas distracted me from closing the tent. Sure enough, I took just long enough for the creature in our sight to find the front of my tent. I instantly froze. For the first time in my life, my mind was truly, honestly blank. Sure, I don't think things through, but I never sit and think about nothing. This thing was huge from what my crappy lantern showed. It was big, and a mix of colors on its back, all ranging in random patterns of brown and black fur. It was rather bulky on top, but not like a bodybuilder. More like natural solid muscle that might have been made from lots of running. Furthermore, it was thin in the middle and had stocky legs and arms, the legs by the hips stockier than any other part of its limbs. Aside from that, I'd note that its fur was brighter than most Dogman depictions I've seen, like on the muzzle, which was whitish along the bottom. Now, I've done some research on Dogman since then, and like most depictions and descriptions of it, it had smaller ears and glowing eyes, most likely reflecting my lantern. If you want an idea to base its ears off of, they sat directly on top of it like a cat trying to hear something. At some point, it leaned down, and it sniffed the tree before turning to me and looking me in the eye for a moment. But the thing is, when it leaned down, its hind legs made some strange popping sounds, like your knuckles but much louder. I looked into those eyes, though, and I swear I've never been more afraid in my life. Have you ever looked at something, just looked it in the eyes and realized you're the prey? That primal fear that extends beyond normal fear when you realize that this thing looking back at you has all the power, that you are its prey and it has no discernible mercy. I felt that right then, knowing that no tent wall was stopping that beast if it wanted to crush my skull in its jaws. I never went to the bathroom. I know what some people are gonna say. It was just some weirdo with coyote skin or a fake fur coat. It couldn't have been. The fur wasn't very thick, so I could see the muscles ripple as it moved. Plus the fur was flesh with its disjointed body. Stranger yet, before it moved off into the darkness, it lowered to all fours, and when it did this, its knees made more of the popping sound. The sound of bone hitting bone awkwardly in your body, or like pieces cracking off. Its knees had to disjoint and slide into a different position for it to run on all fours. This was my experience, and some might call it bull, but whatever. My friend and his family heard the howl but ignored it, thinking it would go away, so I know I didn't imagine at least that part. Other than that, the next morning, I had somehow held in my business all night and was only willing to come out when everyone else was awake. There were indeed tracks on the sand dunes that a ranger said were coyote tracks, but other than that, no sign remained, aside from the loud howl that scared any campers that were still awake. If you ask me why it didn't kill me, I'll say I'm not sure. Maybe it was the Bible, maybe it didn't care for the taste of children. Maybe it knew the whole campsite would wake up if it tried something. So for all we knew, it let me live by circumstance alone. Either way, that's all I got. Since then, I've been fascinated by the Dogmen. I'm giving out this story so that others can learn from my experience. I want to know more about them, and if I can help others learn by sharing this experience, then that would be great. Just don't get too close if you encounter one, because from the looks of it, they could tear you apart with ease. Osceola, New York Werewolf. From Charcoal Pitbull 23. Location, Osceola, New York. I was 13 at the time. I was at my stepdad's house. It's in a heavily wooded area. I just got done hunting for the first time with him. It was 4:30 p.m. in the fall, and the sun was just barely above the horizon. We were hanging up the deer when I was about to close the side door to the garage. I heard a twig snap to my right. I looked over, and there I saw the weirdest thing I had ever seen. It had white fur and dark blue eyes, and it was poking out from behind a tree, curiously. I froze and locked eyes with it, trying to understand if what I was seeing was real. I tried to back up, and when it began to approach me, I nearly soiled myself. It was 6 feet tall and walked on 2 legs like a man. I wasn't looking where I was going and tripped over a root sticking up from the ground. When I fell, it took off in a charge towards me. When I tried to pick myself back up, I saw that my pant leg was stuck on the root. It was the first time I ever thought to myself that I was going to perish. I tugged and pulled at my pant leg until finally the fabric gave. When I looked back up, the creature I'd seen was gone. It could have had me if it wanted me. Where did it go? I quickly booked it back inside, locking the door, and I hid behind the couch and waited for my stepdad. Later that night, after telling him what went down, he laughed at me, told me, "Yeah, sure thing, bud." But as soon as he said that, there was a howl in the distance, and I saw his face go white. I could tell by the look on his face that he was doubting, not believing my story now. We still go out in those woods to hunt, but I've never been more aware of my surroundings.
Ocracoke Mystery. Submitted by Xavier. This happened a few years ago. I was with my family on a vacation to Ocracoke, North Carolina. It's an island, and this island was more remote compared to the other islands at least. We went there right after a small hurricane hit the Outer Banks, which included the island. It was dark and gloomy looking, and partially raining on and off here and there, but we took a ferry to the island. The trip on the ferry was extraordinary because I have never done anything like it before. But eventually, after we arrived and looked at the small town, we went out for some lunch and decided to go to Ocracoke National Campground. After this experience, though, I never want to go to the ocean at night. That night, we got our camp set up, and we went out for a swim, but we were not allowed to go far because the waves were heavily affected by the hurricane that occurred a few days before. And when I saw those waves, they were huge and rough. We got bored of the ocean and soon began to search for seashells. But we saw a crab, and my 6-year-old brother and I went after it, like normal wild boys. When we caught that sucker, the crab was bright white with bright yellow on its legs. We were wondering what species it was, so we went ahead and asked the ranger at the front of the campground. He told us it was a ghost crab, and he said they mainly come out at night. Later, we had hot dogs and sat by the fire. Then we got ready for bed. Alone, I decided to go out for one last look at the ocean after everyone went to bed. It must have been 12:50 in the morning. I walked the ocean, the stars were bright and the moon was bright as well. I could see about 15 feet in front of me, and the shining water. Ghost crabs were everywhere. I hate to admit it, but I accidentally stepped on a few. Trying to avoid these crabs and walk along the shore, I suddenly saw it. This crocodile, human-looking thing. I was frozen in place. I do not think it hurt me because of the crashing waves, but the image of it has been etched into my mind. It was crouching, picking up crabs and eating them, stuffing its face. It was about 5 or 6 feet tall, running back into the ocean after I let out a squeal. I can almost explain it like a baby Godzilla mixed with a human. It sounds far-fetched, but when it looked at me before it ran into the ocean, all the paranormal stories I've ever read, they just came true in my head. I was very skeptic before. I've heard other people's stories, always thinking that they were just making it up, but this one, very quick and very scary experience confirmed it all to me. I ran back to the campsite, crying all the way. I laid down in my tent, and I never went to sleep. I just lay there frozen until finally I heard other members of my family begin to get up. Soon I felt safe to get up myself. Then we left to home, and I told my dad on the way what I saw. He humored my story, saying that he believed me, but I could tell he really didn't.
Goatman on the Road, submitted by 123 Crypt Key. Cabins are so creepy. I guess it's my fault, though, for letting myself get creeped out by something that's supposed to be a vacation getaway. But I can't help but think about all the dozens of stories I've read online about creepy experiences at cabins. I can say for sure that I never thought I'd experience something for myself. My friend Laura and I decided to go up to my grandma's cabin one weekend during the winter. The cabin was deep in the woods of North Dakota. It was a beautiful place. I often stayed there with my grandparents as a child. Now, I was in college, and it was time to relax after some pain-in-the-ass finals. The first night was exactly what I hoped it would be. We played video games, talked, and laughed. I spent the morning drinking coffee and reading a book on the couch. I wish I could spend every day like that. Well, it wasn't until night that things got a little weird. "Hey, Melissa." Laura called to me as she walked inside. She had just gone to the gas station in my Jeep to get some cigarettes. "What's up?" I asked. When I walked around the corner, I noticed she had entered through the front door backwards, keeping her eyes on something just beyond the glass of the door. "Do you see it?" she murmured. I almost didn't hear her. I leaned over and looked out of the living room window. All I saw was the snow-covered road that emerged from the woods and led up to the driveway. I don't see what... Before I could finish, a tall, dark silhouette stepped from the tree line by the road on the right and onto the road itself. It had a long stride. In 2 steps, it had crossed nearly onto the other side of the road. It just stopped there. We could see it turning in every direction. "Who the hell is that?" You could hear the confusion in Laura's voice. "I have no idea. There's no cabins anywhere close to here. That gas station is the closest thing to us, and it's a 20-minute drive out." My mind was reeling. Who's the guy just standing there out in the driveway? The figure then turned back toward the tree line from which it had originated and took 2 long steps. It disappeared quickly into the woods. I threw on my jacket and boots. Without a word, Laura did the same. We have always been a curious pair. Fear always came second to our curiosity. Maybe that's why I can read hours of scary stories. Anyway, we stepped out onto the driveway and headed toward the beginning of the road that entered the woods. The snow itself was at least 8 inches deep. As soon as we stood where that man was, we saw the tracks on the ground. Hooves. There were obvious hoof prints on the ground like a ram or sheep had been walking around. We did not see anyone or anything but that man a few seconds ago. Unless he was walking a goat or something that was bleach white like the snow, there were no animals out there. We looked at each other and quickly walked back inside. Together, we sat on the couch and warmed ourselves with the fireplace. The TV played MTV something or other, but we both couldn't help but feel a little odd. Eventually, it escaped my mind, and I was able to fall asleep pretty easy.
The Haunted Bridge, from Mr. Favorable. Location, Ohio. My name is Aaron. I'm 24 years old. I live in Michigan, and I have many friends all over the US due to meeting many people in major tournaments for the popular trading card game Yu-Gi-Oh! I met a group of my friends from Ohio. I quite frequently go down there to visit them. My friend Sam that lives down there is the main reason I go. He's into ghost hunting, and a lot of his family members, such as his mother, have a knack for finding supernatural places. My first trip down to Ohio was in 2016 to hang out for a couple of weeks. It was August. I took some paid time off to visit these guys for the first time, as we had spent the previous year talking in servers and playing games together. When I arrived, my friend Sam said we should go to the Bridge of Mimi and see if we can get any activity down there. It's also called Screaming Mimi Bridge. The story goes during the Prohibition days, when gangs were very notorious in its time. Mimi ended up having a child, and she wasn't married. She was born into a gangster family. The family was upset she had the child, so they took her to the bridge, and they threw the baby into the water. Sadly, of course, the baby did not make it. A year later, Mimi went back to the bridge and took her own life as she could not bear leaving her child behind. The peak hours for the bridge are said to be between midnight and 3 a.m. So Sam was able to get a few friends together, including me, to go and ghost hunt at this bridge. We went around 1 a.m. because it was kind of a last-minute thing when we discussed it. We get there and we park our vehicles off the bridge as to not block traffic. If cops did come, we wouldn't be in the way. Sam began by asking questions to any possible spirits that were listening. Things like, "Mimi, are you here tonight? If so, please give us a sign." This bridge isn't very large. It's maybe 50 feet to cross the bridge, and we're surrounded by a thick wooded area. If you wanted to jump off the bridge into the river, you could, but I wouldn't recommend it due to the water level being very low, and you might hurt yourself, especially if you land on the rocks below. We all waited in silence after Sam asked his questions. There didn't seem to be a reply. But the bugs and all the wildlife there that were around us before suddenly became eerily quiet. That was when we began to feel actually spooked. Sam proceeded to ask again, "Mimi, if you're here tonight, please show us a sign of some sort." That's when we heard what sounded like small pebbles underneath the bridge being tossed into the water, and then against the wall underneath the bridge. We all froze and looked around at each other, asking if any of us were messing with each other. Everyone shook their heads. They weren't. We all hand-checked each other and nobody had pebbles of any sort. All we had with us were smartphones. Turning on the flashlights of said smartphones, we looked down at the water below us where the mouth of the bridge was. We could all see underneath the bridge where the broken concrete slabs were, and we all decided that we should scale down about 10 feet and look under the bridge. We all began to climb down. We were soon under the bridge, and it was just more broken concrete slabs, and the water under the bridge was nearly non-existent. We all began to question how we had been hearing the pebble sounds earlier. It had sounded like it was coming directly below us. Puzzled, Sam said that he could feel that she's here, that she's too afraid to show herself. So Sam asked Mimi for another sign. We listened quietly, looking around and waiting to hear more pebbles, but there was nothing to be heard. But that's when we did hear one of our friends gasp, and they said that they saw a white outline of a young woman wearing a white dress with brown hair in the water. We all looked from the mouth of the tunnel into the part of the river that turned more into a pond, and there I even saw for myself what I assume was Mimi. She was on a bank of the shore, just standing there. I gasped in disbelief.
all in a moment she suddenly vanished. We all proceeded to go back up on the bridge. It was quite the experience for my first time actually ghost hunting, and over the last 2 years, whenever I go back down to Ohio, we go there to ghost hunt to see if we can find more paranormal activity. Sure enough, I went back down in October of 2017 for a Halloween party to catch up with old friends and have a good time. I made the suggestion to Sam that we should go to see Screaming Mimi again, and of course Sam agreed. He loves Halloween, he loves ghost hunting, and he loves getting creeped out. We got a group of about 6 or 7 people together, and we left. We arrived at about 2 a.m., then we parked our car off the bridge so we weren't in the way, just in case other vehicles came through, just like last time. Sam asked the questions again, requesting for signs from Mimi. Much like the last time when I went there, the woods around us began to become creepily quiet, and like clockwork, we heard the sounds of pebbles being thrown under the bridge. It was just like the year before. But this time, Sam was not satisfied with just that. We asked Mimi to do something more powerful, so we knew that we could feel her presence. I think we were getting greedy. A few moments went by, and then we were met with a very new sound. The cries of a child, an infant actually. We stood there in shock, and we all began to ask one another if we were hearing that. Everyone had these horrified looks on their faces. Then the sounds of the pebbles splashing in the water began to be more noticeable. We decided to look down at the water, and there we saw a white outline of a woman in a white dress. She had brown hair just like before. But the most terrifying part was yet to come. In the middle of the night, we had a bright moon that was full and lit the area very well, and from a tree branch, we suddenly saw a large bird come out and start flapping its wings. It was a large, crane-like creature. But what was weird was, despite us all flashing our lights at it, it was all black. It was like a shadow more than a living creature. I watched the bird fly away from us into the night directly at the moon. There were no branches to break my line of sight, but after a few moments the shadow of the bird was just gone. It didn't change its course. It didn't land anywhere. It was simply gone. That wasn't the last of our encounters. You see, Sam and his girlfriend went back to Mimi's bridge one day and parked their car on it. They shut it off, and Sam said he asked if Mimi was there and if anyone would like to speak to him or communicate with them. Sam said that he heard what sounded like a hand slapping the car window in one spot, then it moved to another spot on the opposite side. Then it began to happen all around the car, like it was a group of people slapping the windows and making the entire car shake. It scared him and his girlfriend pretty bad. They basically just held each other until it all stopped, and they drove home quickly. Beware the haunted bridge in Ohio. Screaming Mimi Bridge. If you ever pass through it or by it, you might just see Mimi herself. Oklahoma Plains Wendigo by Hunter C. It was a normal drive home from the oil fields until I saw it. Something that I've never seen before on or off the road. Keep in mind that the road I was driving on is not used very often. I saw a row of deer carcasses lined up across the road. Something told me that I needed to get out of that place to turn my vehicle around. But before I could, I saw something totally inhuman standing right there by my driver's side door. Something with a head like a deer's skull. My heart was pounding so fast, it was all I could hear. I thought I was going to pass out from fear. It let out a scream unlike anything I've ever heard before. I froze, doing everything in my power to try to move again, as it took another step toward my vehicle. The creature was huge, standing at about 8 feet tall, easily towering over my small truck. It started to sniff the air. I honestly thought this was it for me. I slowly reached for my back pocket. My key fob had an alarm button, and it would play whether my truck was started or not. The moment I pressed the button, it spooked the creature, and it sprinted away at an unnatural speed. I floored the gas. I've never driven so recklessly before. I went at a top speed of 95 miles per hour, and this was on some back road. I'm surprised I didn't crash. When I saw the end of the road leading to the highway, I felt so relieved. It's been 3 years since the incident, and I always get the feeling that something is watching me when I'm driving out there. It's part of the job, and I just hope it doesn't come back. Could dragons be real? From Sad Hanzo, Maine. Location, Oregon. About a month ago, I went with a group of friends from college to go hiking in the Cascade Mountains in Oregon, right in the Crater Lake National Park area. The trip through the mountain ranges was fun and quite the workout. Toward the end of our little vacation, we decided to cross through the Crater Lake area to take in the view and see the blue waters for ourselves. We arrived in the lake area late in the day and decided to set up camp close to the lake shore. That night, the 6 of us had a great time, talking, sharing stories. Other than a scare from some 2 curious possums looking for food, the night was relaxing. And soon we all went to sleep, exhausted from the long day's trek. Around sunrise, we began waking and preparing our meal for the coming day. As we sat around our campfire, eating in the early dawn light, we began hearing a whooshing sound, followed by the sound of trees rustling. We all went quiet. We were looking around when a large shadow fell upon our group as a massive creature flew overhead. As the creature flew by us, I took in the features I could see. It looked to be about the size of one of those mid-sized Lear jets. It had 2 massive wings, 4 legs, and a long tail that had what looked like fins about midway down its length. Its neck was long, but not serpentine, and its head was at least the size of a large car. It flew off towards the lake, more so towards Wizard Island, but instead of landing on the island, it dove straight into the water. It took a good moment for our group to recover from the shock and fear of what we had just seen. But soon we were packed and moving swiftly to get out of that park. As we walked, we were silent, no one wanting to put words to what we saw. Not 15 minutes after setting out, the sound of something breaking through the surface of the water and a loud screech resounded, echoing from the direction of the lake and through the forest. It was terrifying. Most of our group immediately threw themselves into the tree line to hide. Logan, the oldest of the group, and I just stood there, transfixed in awe and fear, as that creature burst from the surface of the lake, taking off once again into the air, then flying off to the other side of the lake until it was out of sight. After our group left and parted ways, I went home and looked up dragon sightings in the area, but I didn't find a thing. Maybe it was a group hallucination. Maybe it just happened to be the world's biggest bird that we all mistook for something different. Either way, if you're planning on going out to the Crater Lake area of Oregon, keep your eyes on the sky. The Family Compound, from Robert F. Location, Pennsylvania. My aunt and uncle live in what we call the compound, a trio of old colonial homes made up of a farmhouse, a converted barn, and a converted carriage house. The buildings are old, They were clearly built when Pennsylvania was just founded. Growing up, all the kids and cousins in my family agreed that the place always seemed weird. None of us liked being alone in the place, and even thinking about going into the basement was insane to anyone under the age of 12. Of course, the property had history. What we know for sure is that the property was owned by the heiress of the Campbell Soup Company. Yeah, the same chicken noodle soup company you know and love. Then it was taken by the Catholic Church, specifically the Jesuits, as the region experienced a boom in the building of Catholic schools. For those of you who don't know, the Jesuits are the hardcore side of the Catholic Church. They were some of the more brutal priests in the church's schools, then known for beating students for minor infractions and ensuring loyal adherence to the principles of the church's teachings. After that, we only know that the compound had been in my uncle's family since at least the 1970s. The compound has several stories related to it. A primary one is that of a spectral farmer called Mr. Green Jeans. He stays to the outside of the compound near the farmhouse, and he acts incredibly misogynistic, forcing women to feel terrified and drained. The only thing that seems to have stopped him was a small shrine to the Virgin Mary put out where he was constantly sighted. Another sighting was of a small child by a second cousin once removed of mine. When she was a little girl, she had an imaginary friend. And if you're a constant consumer of paranormal tales, you already know that her friend was probably anything but imaginary. She said her little friend was named Vulcan, but her parents thought nothing of it. Until one night, her father walked out into his living room to see his daughter sitting on the couch with another little girl in a dress who appeared to be out of the 19th century. Now, this man has seen his fair share of things in life, pain and suffering that don't make him easy to spook or prone to false stories. The girl had no legs, but somehow still managed to make her dress move, as if she were kicking legs that weren't actually there. Suddenly, chanting began, and robed figures appeared through the far wall of the room. The ghostly child became agitated and was grabbed by the robed figures, then began to plead to not be taken. The father grabbed the girl, pulling at her hands and failing to save her. Not because he couldn't grab her, but because he could not match the strength of the robed figures. As the ghostly child screamed, she vanished into the wall. My own mother had an experience in this house. When she was younger, she was staying at the house with a friend of hers from college, my uncle's sister. She was staying over and warned to not sleep with the lights out in the room she was in. This was in the farmhouse, which had several spare bedrooms at the time. It was a night of partying, which the compound is still known for, and eventually my mother had to call it a night. Settling under the covers, my mother said that she felt someone settle into the bed next to her, and she figured it was just her friend, also tired from the party, and too plastered to care that they had to share a bed. Until said friend threw the door open and screamed, "Don't turn out the lights!" As the lights came on, the weight next to my mother vanished. These are just the stories I can recall with clarity. It's been years since I heard them all, and the family doesn't like to talk about them for fear of giving the spirits in the compound attention. What I do also know is that my girl is sensitive, able to pick out negative energy from a place. The first time she went to the compound when we had first started dating, I decided I'd give her a cute little tour, while everyone else was preoccupied with another party. At first, she enjoyed the spooky stories of the place, but when we reached the room in the farmhouse we call the library, her mood immediately shifted, and she wanted to get out of the house. For the next week, she had nightmares about 9 children perishing. Freaky enough, but then there was the time that one of the children that grew up in the place played with the Ouija board. Dumb, yes, but the board claimed that there were 9 spirits that called the compound their own, 8 ghosts and a demon. To this day, the houses are filled with religious iconography, and priests come at least twice a year to bless the place. For the past few years, the place has been quiet, but as the years go on and the owners age, I wonder myself what happens if a less devoutly Catholic family decides to make changes to the compound. Changes the spirits, particularly the demon, won't like.
Rhode Island Vampire. Submitted by Kelsey R. My story begins in October of 2016. My ex-boyfriend Ricky wanted to go to Mercy L. Brown's grave in Exeter, Rhode Island. You may be wondering why. Well, let me give you the old legend. There was this scary disease killing people, a disease that no one understood at the time. It began affecting Mercy's family right after she died. Her family began to strangely fall ill and perish. Now they blamed her for the phenomenon. They dug up her corpse and discovered that her body still had blood flowing through it and that she hadn't begun to decay yet over the course of time which she had been deceased. Of course, they were terrified at this fact, so they assumed that Mercy had been coming up from her grave. They removed her heart and burned it on the stone near her grave. Ever since then, it's rumored to be haunted and a hotspot for sightings of Mercy herself. They say that Mercy is out to get revenge on those who decided to disrespect her grave. I've always been fascinated by the paranormal and history since I was 9, and when they collided together, it made for some curious things. At the time, I was finally 18 and I had a new license. I wanted to get up and go out. Apparently, Ricky had been there quite a few times and knew exactly where to go. Mind you, I was kind of a scaredy cat when it came to things like this. Heck, I was even used to sleeping with the light on still. I often couldn't sleep unless there was some kind of background noise to keep me company, with my door shut and locked. I've been this way since I was a child. Well, we drove into the cemetery around 2 in the morning, and I shut off my headlights and drove in further. Suddenly, Ricky says, "Stop right here. Come on, get out with me." I tell him I didn't agree to get out. I only wanted to come along. We bickered for a moment about going out. I was scared of actually visiting her grave. After a few minutes of going back and forth, I finally agreed to get out, to gather my courage. I grabbed a flashlight and turned it on, and I walked hesitantly out onto the graves. We were only a few yards from hers, and when I saw it, it looked exactly like what I had seen when I was a child. I'd seen photos of this grave before, but all the pictures I had seen would show 19 pennies on her grave, a sort of offering of respect. So when I saw that the pennies weren't there that night, I decided to go back in my car and grab 19 of my own, placing them on her grave the same way I remembered in those pictures. I turned around to see Ricky smoking and leaning against the car. I was honestly a bit disgusted and disappointed. Not at the smoking exactly, but the fact that he was doing it out on someone's grave. This was a place of mourning and memory, but as I looked at Ricky, I saw a silhouette pass behind him. There were no flashlights, but I was certain that someone was out there with us. Ricky must have seen my eyes widened, and he looked behind himself. "What are you looking at?" he asked. I thought I saw someone behind you," I said. Now, this was also happening around the time that all those clowns were being sighted, and I was sure that we were going to be that typical horror movie couple that got killed first. But I had no intentions of joining those in the cemetery that night, so we got back into the car and decided to drive out of there. The whole time, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I had goose flesh on my skin. But the further we got away from the cemetery, the better I felt. Ricky played some music on the radio, and it put my mind at ease. By the time I dropped him off at his house, it was 3:30 in the morning. I was on my way home alone in my car, trying to ignore the fact that it was the witching hour. Besides, it was only a 5 to 10 minute ride to my place. This is when things get really scary. At one point, I decided to look in my mirror, checking for other people on the road. But at this time of night, I was completely alone on the roads. But when I looked in the mirror, I saw a girl sitting in my back seat. One that didn't look happy. One that didn't look alive. I instantly panicked, losing control of my car for a moment. I stared ahead on the road, trying to regain control. And when I did and looked back in the mirror, the girl was gone. I couldn't stop looking back there. I glanced every second, trying to make sure that I wasn't just hallucinating. I'd never been more scared in my life. The moment I got home, I parked my car and left everything in it. I didn't bother bringing in my stuff. I just took my keys, locked it, and got inside the house. The next day, I went out to my car to check for any signs of the little girl, and I found tears in the cloth of my back seat. Tears I would have noticed if they were there. I love my car, and I try to take care of it. I definitely would have known if someone tore up my back seat. Since that day, I've only been back to the graveyard 3 times, and I've only been back to leave more peace offerings to pay my respects. I try to give her a few words of kindness, and if I bring a friend, I make sure they do the same. Ricky and I broke up after that, but we're still good friends. Yet, we never suggest going back there for any more adventure.
What happens at the cemetery stays at the cemetery, by Dira Matter. The following story happened at a small rural church in the low country of South Carolina. Farmland, really. It was one of my first paranormal experiences, and I've not been the same ever since. This happened 4 years ago. My friends and I were at a family friend's farm. It was me, P, A, and T, my sister. We were driven there by P's mom. We had all agreed that night to help out at the church. Now, if you've ever been in old churches, sometimes they're in the middle of a cemetery. And this cemetery had plots from over 100 or 200 years ago. Some maybe even older. It was a very big and especially creepy area. None of us were afraid of being there per se. We were all in middle school at the time, and we were at the height of our weird phases, so playing in a cemetery was every emo kid's dream. As cliché as it sounded, we downloaded an app on our phones to communicate with spirits, which we did as a joke. It added both to the creepy and funny factor. We were at the church going over the old plots and moving around to the newer plots. My sister T and I had no problems walking on the graves and looking at the stones, but the creepiest was one of the old stones that was broken in half. It appeared to have been smashed upon the ground. Just as we found it, and were trying to figure out how that happened, the app on P's phone sounded, speaking the word, "Stop." We all listened and froze. Weird, but okay. We left the stone alone and then moved to the newer plots, which had very large statues in the plots and areas. The most noticeable was a weeping angel. Just as we were looking at it, all the lights went out, and I mean all of them. The street lights, the church lights, which was weird because there was no sound signaling a power outage. It was 10 p.m. by then. There was no wind, it was a clear sky, and it was pitch black. From the church you could hear the family friend cursing about the power, and almost ironically it flickered a few times before coming back on with no explanation. My friend A joked a little bit about ghosts being mad because we were being disrespectful about their graves, which only made us feel uneasy. At the time, I was trying to ignore the most unnerving part, the fact that it was completely silent. Not only was the wind gone, so were the sounds of bugs chirping and the movement of nighttime animals. We were in the middle of South Carolina after all. This sort of silence was uncalled for. We started going back inside to the church when me and P glanced across the road. We then noticed something moving under the brush, making the bushes rustle a bit. We decided to walk a little faster after that. Once we stepped foot into the church, the lights went off again,
and we heard the word cry coming from all of our phones at once from the app. We freaked out and turned our phones off. Eventually, we found P's mom when the lights flickered back on. We took the opportunity to leave then. Within a few minutes, we were all outside gathering into the car. The church had the lights go off again, and just as we were pulling out, I saw the lights flicker only from a small window, as if only the lights in that room were coming back on. This window was on the second story. I stared in awe and terror as I saw a person's face peering through the window, staring at us as we were leaving. To this day, I refuse to go back because even though not much happened, it was the creepiest experience, one we wished we were just joking about. Dog Soldier in the Midwest by Roy M. I've lived in this small South Dakota town my whole life. I'm 26 years old, and I'm a bit on the heavier side for only being 5'11". I've hunted and fished all my life, and I've seen most of every animal on this North American continent, thanks to my time spent in Bear Country, USA, and of course to some local zoos. Now I've always loved horror films, especially ones with creatures, like The Wolfman and Alien. Werewolves in particular have always been terrifying to me, especially how movies have always portrayed them. When watching movies about werewolves, it's hard not to wonder what it would be like to see one. I never had any idea the scale of how creepy and horrifying a real-life example of one could be. It happened this last June of 2018. I was coming home from work in south-central South Dakota, and I was tired from working a long day in the hayfield. As I came home like I have thousands of times, it was a nice, cool, dark night. As I made my way to my house in the forest, I was soon greeted with barking by my 10-month-old German Shepherd puppy that was on the cable in the front yard. I walked up to him, pet him, and noticed his automatic water needed filled back up, and his food was nearly gone. I took him off the leash so he could run around the yard and chase rabbits, which was apparently his favorite thing. After a few minutes of him running around, he came back up to me, wanting more attention. I happily obliged. He was a well-mannered dog after all. I put him back on his cable as I was ready to go back inside and call it a night. I stood on my deck to have a final smoke before bed. As I took in the nice cool breeze, I looked at my phone to see what the world of Facebook had to offer that night. All of a sudden, the pup started barking like crazy and did this short mumble kind of bark. It was odd because it was way more aggressive than his usual tone. I walked over to him, wanting to see what he was barking at. When I got to him, he was looking down the gravel road surrounded by trees that leads eventually toward Main Street. I looked in the general direction of where I thought he was looking, but I couldn't make anything out. I was left scratching my head, wondering why he was getting all worked up like that. As I looked again, I noticed further down the road, there was something swaying slowly back and forth by a big cedar tree. I strained my eyes to get a better look at it, and that's when the creature moved a little too far into the light. What I saw, I now know was a dogman, all too similar to the creatures from the film Dog Soldiers. It was 7 feet tall, and it had short silver or almost dirty white hair. It didn't have very large ears or a mane like the things in the film. It looked more like a pointer or lab. As I watched in horror, I noticed it never took its devilish red eyes off of my pup. I do not know if it saw me, or if it just wasn't interested. It simply stood there, watching my German Shepherd. I've heard stories that most of these creatures have a style or shape of the shepherd head, but this was more like a deformed wolf, if that makes sense. After a very anxiety-filled few seconds, I saw the thing's head snap towards me, and we locked eyes. It bared nasty yellow fangs. The creature stared and slowly slinked back into the shadows where it came from, then turned and just walked away. I guess it wasn't interested anymore. I quickly reached down and I unclipped my dog from his cable, making sure I had a good hold of his collar so he wouldn't try and chase the creature into the woods like he likes to do to the rabbits. He would probably get himself hurt, or worse. I brought him inside with me for protection for the both of us. This was my first encounter with anything out of the ordinary, and I sincerely pray that it's the last, because the mere sight of that thing has given me nightmares. Be careful in the dark, and always pay attention if something is off, because if I hadn't, I don't think my pup would be around. I Don't Know What It Was by Koi Koi. To begin, I live in the heart of the Great Smoky Mountains of East Tennessee. I was raised there. My best friend, who I'll call B, was born and raised here as well, and we've been close since we were barely 13. We're like sisters, and spent most of our time together, until we both got married and had families of our own. Now that you have a little background, I'll share a short but creepy 2-part story about what we saw one night by the river on Highway 129. B and I were working together at a local grocery store and had recently lost a coworker and good friend in a tragic accident. For the past couple of years, we had been going to a special boat docking ramp where you could walk in and out of the river safely. This had been our favorite spot to let loose in the summer and go swimming. It was close with easy access and it was free, perfect for a bunch of broke girls. We had decided to honor our friend's memory there instead of trying to remember where her family had scattered her ashes. We figured one special place was as good as any to celebrate our memories, so we made a habit of going swimming there. One year, about 8 years ago, B and I had parked on the gravel pull-off, climbed out of the car as the sun was getting low, and walked to the chilly water. This is a welcoming feeling in the early June heat, even at night, so we plopped down as close as we could on the concrete ramp without sitting in the water, just quietly gazing out over the river and the thick foliage that lined the banks. A few minutes of soaking our feet had passed when B said out of nowhere in her casual way, "You know, this would be a great place to hide a body." Now, she didn't mean this in a creepy way. We said off-the-wall things like this all the time, but never meant anything by it. So, knowing her the way I do, I laughed and agreed but jokingly shared my ideal place to hide one, should I ever have to. Once my rear was numb, I rolled up my pant legs and waded into the shallow parts of the water, while we began chatting about other things like work and video games. Everything had been pretty calm and quiet, except for the occasional passing car just above us. The sun had finally set, and the water was too dark to safely tread, so we sat on the ramp and began to stargaze. With more idle conversation, we were just admiring the brilliant night sky, when suddenly, a nearby bush began to rustle. We looked at each other, and I said it was just a critter to ease our minds. Of course it was a critter. We lived in the country where small rodents were always being cleared off the roads. We continued looking at the sky, but it didn't last long when that same bush and the flimsy surrounding trees started to shake again. As dark as it was, all we could see were the outlines of the leaves and branches bouncing as something shook them. Now we had our eyes fixed on the plants about 10 feet away, mildly curious as to what might scurry out from the brush. All of a sudden, Bee's eyes widened with horror as she shouted, cursing under her breath. We booked it up the ramp. I was behind her, sprinting up the hill and across the gravel in my bare feet, faster than I'd ever run before. Before I even opened the door, Bee had the car in reverse. As she peeled out and onto the road, I suddenly felt silly and wanted to laugh at myself for getting worked up over what was probably nothing. But before I could, my breath hitched in my throat. I was peering into the passenger rearview mirror when I saw the most terrifying sight. A tall, dark, and slender creature with gangly limbs stepping out onto the road from where we had just been seconds ago. The dull orange street lamp barely illuminated the shadow for me to even see an outline, much less what it actually was. I immediately darted my eyes back to the road ahead, hoping it was my imagination, hoping I had only been spooked by some animal. That's when Bee finally spoke up. "You saw it too, didn't you? You saw that thing." I didn't want to overreact, so I asked in turn, "What are you talking about?" "That huge thing," she replied, "across the road in the woods behind us." I could hear the nervousness in her voice as she spoke. Knowing she would know if I was lying even with a simple answer, I finally said, "Yeah, I did. What was that?" "I don't know," Bee answered. "But I do know that was no person, and it wasn't a bear either." That was the last time we went to that spot together, but it was not the last time I went. Fast forward a year later. I told this story to my new boyfriend, now husband, and it really piqued his interest. You see, he's a skeptic in every sense of the word, and was interested in potential proof of something supernatural. So we went as the sun was going down, and we sat there on the boat ramp once more. I bowed my head in a moment of silence for my lost friend, then started talking quietly with my boyfriend about how much she loved that spot when she was still around. We hadn't been there 10 minutes when all of a sudden, that same bush and trees surrounding it started shaking. I laughed nervously and told him that's what happened last time. I shrugged it off as coincidence and we carried on. But again the foliage began to shake violently, but there was no wind, not even a breeze. Not moving his eyes, my boyfriend said sternly that we should leave just to be safe. I thought he was more worried about it being someone rather than something, but when he said to back up slowly and walk to the car, I began getting nervous. Once inside locked doors, I asked him why he didn't want us moving fast, and he replied, "I can't explain it, but I felt like we were being stalked. I didn't want for whatever it may have been to chase us. I don't even know if I was overreacting, but better safe than sorry, I guess." I wish I could say we saw something that night, but we didn't. I haven't been back either, because I don't want to be caught off guard by whatever lives out there by the river. If you're ever driving down 129 on your way to Cherokee, North Carolina, be wary of the dangerous back road curves and the creature that might still live in those woods. No one knows what it is, but I do know it wasn't anything natural. Young Love by Jacob. I'm 18 years old and live with my parents out in the piney woods of Texas. We're a few miles away from the nearest town. My location is pretty remote, obviously, but I always loved being surrounded by nature and thick forests. Our home is a small, quaint cabin, and I love everything about it. Now, I used to walk to school through the evergreens, enjoying the smell of fallen pine cones. I had memorized the path to town by heart, and I never felt scared in those woods, though maybe I should have been. Back when I was 14, I met this girl in the 8th grade. Her name was Ginny. Ginny was beautiful, friendly, and the sweetest person I'd ever met. Most of all, I remember her laugh, a cute giggle that would grow into happy, uncontrollable laughter. It didn't take me long to ask her out, and pretty soon we were in love. She was the only person in my life who seemed to truly understand and care about me, and we would spend all of our time after school days together. We'd walk through those very same woods, holding hands, exploring, just generally enjoying our time together. But our walk through the woods started eating into her studying, and her grades would suffer as a result. We didn't care though, too young and dumb to let anything like that come between us. One night, her parents told her that she could not be with me anymore, and that she would have to focus on her homework and less on boys. They had a huge argument, screaming and throwing things, and finally, Ginny stormed out of her house. She told her parents that they didn't love her and that she was going to live with me instead. She ran as fast as she could, away from home and past our middle school into the woods where I lived. Her parents had pleaded to her not to do it, yelling for her to come back and chasing her on foot in hot pursuit. No matter how they tried, her parents couldn't keep up, and pretty soon she had disappeared into my forest. They searched for her until dawn, and eventually called the police for help. It's difficult for me to write this now, choking back tears and suppressing memories, because they never found her. I learned of what happened the next day when the police showed up at my house. They asked if she had made it to my place. I told them that she hadn't, and the panic set in. They began to tell me her story. I remember crying more than I'd ever had, and I kept thinking and hoping day by day that she'd be found and everything would be fine again. When days turned into weeks, weeks to months, it was soon clear that she was not coming home. Her parents blamed me for her disappearance, and I already felt the bulk of the guilt for it. I was never quite the same again, always angry, always depressed. The friends I had left, I lost, and I stopped enjoying all the things I used to love. I began having trouble with insomnia. Most nights I didn't sleep at all, and the charming woods around my home began to seem haunting and terrifying. My parents and I started to argue a lot, whereas before we had gotten along so well. I just felt so guilty. Daily I reminded myself that it was I who caused her disappearance. From that day onward, without Ginny and with all this blame, life felt pointless. 4 years later after that, and this is just 6 months ago, I couldn't stop thinking about Ginny. My dreams were always about her, and I'd have the same one every night. My lips almost against hers, and before they touched, I'd wake up in a cold sweat. On one frosty fall evening, during one of my rage-fueled arguments with my parents over something stupid, I'm sure, I marched out the back door of our house. My parents were still yelling by the time I stepped foot into the woods. Dusk was approaching, and though the forest was now scary to me, I decided I didn't care. If I ended up like Ginny, that would be all right with me. I couldn't bear to go on anyway. I didn't even keep track of where I was going that night. I was purposely trying to get lost so that no one could find me. Not ever again. I didn't care about anything or anyone anymore, not even myself. The pain of losing someone you care about, the pain of having all the blame shifted onto you, it was too great. This was in my thoughts as I walked briskly along the trails, then off the trails, soon tripping over stumps and roots. As a matter of fact, I had just tripped for the 100th time, basically, when I began to hear something that gave me pause. In the distance, I heard the sound of giggling. I said out loud. "I hear you. I know you're following me." For a moment, I stayed put, and when I didn't hear anything, I began walking again, only to be once more interrupted by the same giggle. It was closer now, close enough for me to realize that it was familiar to me. "It can't be," I remember saying under my breath. When I turned in the direction where the sound was coming from, I caught sight of a faint outline of a girl wearing a white dress in the moonlight. It looked like Ginny, but she was about 50 yards away, and she was peeking out from behind a tree, as if she was being playful. Despite how odd that would be, even if she never disappeared, suddenly appearing in my woods out of nowhere and peeking out from behind a tree like that, I still ran. I ran as fast as I could straight for her. I did not understand at all what was happening. I thought I was hallucinating, but I was desperate and happy. A big smile grew on my face, but as I neared the tree, it began to disappear. The laughing continued, but grew deeper and deeper the closer I got, until it no longer resembled Ginny at all, let alone any human I've heard. Despite growing fearful, I was determined to see what was going on. I reached the tree and suddenly, the girl was gone. But the laughing was still there, no longer at all resembling Ginny. The tree I was now leaning against as I searched for what was Ginny. It began to move, and I realized it seemed to be breathing, convulsing as the laughter continued. The tree hunched down until it no longer resembled a tree, rather a creature on two legs hunching over. Some of its branches entangled my arms. Mustering all my strength, I tore myself loose of them and began to sprint back home in a mad panic, crying, hoping that I could once again see my parents. But I heard noises behind me, noises like the crackling of a falling tree, noises that grew closer no matter how fast I went. But I was lost, running full speed and growing tired quickly. I had no idea where I was going. I tried to look for the old path through the pines, the one Ginny and I used to walk on, and by some stroke of luck, I was able to find it, and I ran back to our cabin, the lights of which I could see glowing in the distance. When I ran back toward my parents, I saw them crying, worried sick about me. I ran right up to my mother and father, hugged them both one at a time, and told them that they had nothing to worry about, told them that I was sorry. They looked confused, but very relieved. We forgot about the argument we had earlier and enjoyed a night together. Since this experience, I've been trying to turn my life back around. My parents haven't argued since either, but I still don't know exactly what happened next to that tree. What was that tree? I'm scared of the forests around my home now more than I've ever been. I avoid the trails as much as possible, and every tree I pass, it's like a nightmarish double entendre to me. I'm trying to chalk up the experience to a hallucination, a fit of despair or something, but it felt very real. I will cherish the people I've lost, and I will no longer feel guilty for what has happened, because that guilt can consume you.
A real Skinwalker sighting. Submitted by Anonymous. I live in Utah, and it's one of the most overlooked states, but that doesn't mean it hasn't had its fair share of monster sightings and paranormal experiences. Anyway, my family goes camping every summer for 5 days in Ashley National Forest up in the high Uintas. So my family arrived at the campsite at around 10:30 p.m. It would have been darker out if it had not been for the huge bonfire my family made. So I was setting up my tent when I saw 2 red eyes in the trees nearby. It startled me, but I didn't panic. I really didn't have any reason to be concerned. It was just some animal in the woods. Therefore, I didn't pay it much mind. Later the next morning, I was curious, So I walked over to the spot where the eyes were, and I saw deep hoof prints of a deer in the ground. There was a massive population of deer around here, so there was nothing wrong with this. I ignored it and went to breakfast. A few nights later, on the last night, I asked my cousin if she would go to the bathroom with me, and she said yes. As she and I were walking to the outhouse, we saw what looked like a goat on the side of the mountain. We thought this was odd because we had never seen goats up here before, and this didn't look like a mountain goat at all. So we went on to the bathroom, but when we came back from it, we saw the goat again, but this time it was facing us, and that's when we saw the brightest red eyes we'd ever seen. They were so similar to the ones I'd seen on the first night. Creeped out, we walked slowly away from this weird animal, but all the way back to camp I could feel those eyes on me. The next morning we decided to go fishing before we left, so we packed up everything and picked a spot to fish on the river. Keep in mind that this is Indian territory, which is already a dumb idea because we could have gotten fined, but we headed out anyway and caught a lot of fish. So after we were done fishing, my cousin and I spotted something in the brush along the edge of the forest nearby, and sure enough, there were those same red eyes. But this time it wasn't from a goat or a deer. All we could make out was a pale, skinny figure that was both human and inhuman at the same time. But I'll never forget those eyes. They were the same eyes as before. My cousin and I just stared at the thing when it finally broke the silence. It bellowed this ear-piercing scream. And that's when we began to book it back to the campground as fast as we could. But the thing was chasing us through the undergrowth. Whatever it was gaining on us fast, but we could see the campground, so we booked it even harder. Soon, we got to the camp, and the thing was nowhere to be seen. It was gone, but not before giving one final ear-piercing screech. My friend and I don't talk about what we saw often, but we know it to be real, and we both believe it was a Skinwalker.
Wendigo of Southern Vermont. Submitted by Kavor Hesit. I'm going to start off by saying that this is a fairly recent phenomenon. My first sighting was in the end of December of 2017, the other just last week. I'm 17 years old and live in a small town in southern Vermont called Springfield. My house is situated on the outside edge of town, nestled in a medium-sized patch of forest. My family owns a pig farm, with only a small fraction of our herd actually being on my house's property. We also have 2 dwarf goats, 4 dogs, and an old pet turkey. Now, getting into the first sighting, I remember it being a little past 8 p.m., so it was well past dark. I was outside at the time, heading back to the house after tossing some garbage in the dumpster. The dumpster was situated just in front of the garage barn, about 40 yards from the house. So about 10 feet from the door, a loud sound catches my attention, making me freeze and turn. I had my headphones in at the time, which just goes to show you how loud the sound was. I turned just in time to see something skinny and vaguely humanoid and pale gray in color. It jumped from the ground to the roof of the garage before quickly crawling to the other side where I could no longer see it. Spooked, I hurried back inside, texting my best friend about what I just saw. For privacy reasons, let's call her Dee. Dee trusted me and believed me when I told her. She was just as creeped out about it as well, telling me to be careful. The second sighting was longer and much more terrifying. It was late and dark again, and I was outside with my dog. To my back was a pathway of sorts that led to the backyard, and beyond that, the woods. The path is big enough for vehicles to drive down, and it's not that long of a path. To my right at that moment was a steep drop-off full of trees, the main road at the end of the drop-off. While waiting for my dog to do his business, I was looking up at the night sky, wishing he'd hurry because I was freezing. A loud growl from him makes me look down.
He's a very timid dog for his kind of breed, which is why the growl surprised me. He was staring at something behind me, his fur standing on end. His ears were flat against his head, and he was snarling at whatever was behind me. Instantly nervous, I slowly turned, my flashlight's beam landing right on whatever it was. My heart jumped up into my throat, and I could not move. This thing looked to be what had jumped into the garage roof a few weeks prior. It was crouched down onto all fours, almost skeletal thin, covered in short, whitish fur, and staring right at me. Its face reminded me of a bobcat's skull, but much larger. Its lower jaw stuck out in front of its top, its eyes empty sockets. It also had darkly colored antlers sprouting from its head. I could see that its hands, yes, hands, were thin as well, and the fingers ended in sharp, black claws. I could not see its feet, as its back legs were partially hidden by a snowbank. We stared at one another for nearly a minute, my dog now cowering behind my legs. It suddenly lets out a shriek that, if I was asked to describe, sounded like a mix between an injured pig's squeal and a woman's scream. The volume of it made me cringe with discomfort. It hissed at me before leaping down into the drop-off, branches snapping. I immediately unfroze, running inside and slamming the door. I felt safer inside, where I could be protected and safe. I once again told Dee about the experience. It took me a few days to do so, but I drew out the creature. The longer I look at it, the more I believe it was a Wendigo. I have a feeling that this won't be the last time I saw this thing. I can't avoid going outside, but I can avoid going unarmed.
Virginia Werewolf or Kentucky Dogman by Hybrid Musician 333. I have seen what I think to be a werewolf or dogman on several occasions now. The first time I saw it, I was 17 years old. I was driving from Dalton, Georgia, where my parents lived, to my grandparents' house in a small town in southwest Virginia called Pound. The town is located near the Kentucky state line, and their house is right next to a forest. This forest completely surrounds the home. It was 3 a.m. when I drove up the gravel dirt road that leads to the house. Something immediately felt odd that night as I drove toward the house. It was completely silent. Not even my grandpa's dogs felt like barking. And even stranger, the crickets were completely silent. It was April, and anyone who lives in this area will tell you that that's not right. I could tell you this was unusual myself. I'd lived there with my parents till I was 11. As I got closer to the house, driving up the long driveway, I saw something strange walking down the road from the woods. At first, I thought it was a man, because I saw something like a ripped white shirt on it, a ripped dirty brown jacket, and torn up blue jeans. At first, he was walking normally. Then the clouds moved and revealed the full moon, allowing me to see everything. He was covered in fur, had extremely long nails, and his legs bent kind of backward, similar to a dog or wolf. He had a long snout like a dog as well, with huge sharp teeth and a maw filled with drool. I stopped my little aqua-colored Ford Taurus about 3 feet away from the creature. I thought at first I had fallen asleep and was dreaming this. Then he noticed me, and I swear I saw it smirk, like some sort of psychotic man. I screamed, realizing this was no dream. It jumped toward the hood of my car, drool splattering on my windshield as it clawed at the glass. This creature was mad, and I definitely think it wanted to hurt me, or even end me. Its eyes burned like fire as they stared into me. I panicked and slammed the car into reverse, flooring the gas pedal.
I backed up so fast and turned into my grandpa's neighbor's driveway. When I slammed on the brake, the creature flew off the hood of my vehicle. I put it into gear and drove as fast as I could to get out of Rat Creek Road. I checked the mirror several times to see if it was following me, but it seemed to be gone. But still, terrified, I kept driving toward Pound. It took me nearly 30 minutes to calm down. I ended up stopping by my friend's house. Her name is Sarah. I broke down on her and started to tell her about what happened. At first, she did not believe me, but then I showed her the damage and drool on my windshield, not to mention the entirety of scratches on the hood of the car. I had actually seen and had basically been attacked by a werewolf or dogman. I know most won't believe this story, and I wish I could disbelieve it myself, but these events are etched into my memory.
Seattle Reaper Contact. Submitted by Alan D. Now, this may sound weird, but I believe I've contacted the Reaper. It was back when I was around 8 years old. I was walking home from a sleepover when I began to hear footsteps behind me. I honestly thought I'd been the only one on the street, but I was very tired and did not want to bother myself by turning around to see who it was. But the steps soon came closer, and I found myself needing to know what I might be dealing with. So eventually, I turned around, and of course, that's when I saw him. He was wearing a hood with a full trench coat that was solid black, along with pants and boots that looked like they'd been in a fire. They were inhumanly tall, I'd say 7.5 feet, but what really scared me down to the bone was the fact that they were carrying a freaking scythe. At that moment, all I could smell in the air was the smell of blood, that strong smell of iron. He or it, there was no way of seeing their face, and I was just terrified, so I began to back away slowly, not wanting to be within range of their scythe. But then the figure spoke, in the most surreal voice I've ever heard.
"Do not cross. You are not ready yet."
I had no idea what it meant. I don't even think I was listening at the time, because I was so frightened. I turned around, and at that moment I realized that in my confusion and fear, I had wandered sideways a bit into the road, and that's when I think I understood what he meant by "do not cross." A red truck was inches away from hitting me. It passed by honking its horn at blistering speed, only inches away from skimming my nose. I turned back to the figure, and he was gone. One of my friends came around the corner suddenly. He was cheery and tried to offer me a high five, but I stood there motionless, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Worried, he tried to get it out of me, and I explained to him just the truck incident. I didn't think he would believe me if I told him about what I saw. The Reaper had saved me, and I'm still trying to piece together why. I'm just happy I moved out of Seattle. Point Pleasant, West Virginia. Submitted by Josh P. Whenever I hear a Mothman story, it tends to be rather personal to me, and even sometimes frustrating, as I've had my own encounter with this creature, which is quite different from other stories you may have heard. For context, I grew up in the suburbs of northern Ohio, right outside some big cities. The thing with Ohio is that you're never more than 20 minutes away from some rural parts. Therefore, I was well versed in both city and country living. My parents, on the other hand, were amateur ghost hunters and frequently went out of town to ghost hunt. One spot they came across was a small city in West Virginia named Point Pleasant. Any fan of cryptozoology or the paranormal would know of this place. So it was no surprise when my parents fell in love with that area. So much so that when I was about 13, my family bought 100 acres of land, a mere 20 or so miles from the town, right along the Ohio River. It was our little retreat where we would go every other weekend to escape the drag of everyday life.
Now, our property has much history on it, allegedly. According to legend, a now dead Shawnee chief cursed our land and the surrounding lands. Ever since we got there, I've heard of a werewolf sighting happening in town just last October, and my mother herself swears she saw a little boy roaming our campsite. But none of these come even relatively close to my encounter with the ominous and legendary Mothman of Point Pleasant. As most of you probably already know, Point Pleasant is one of the first locations the Mothman has ever been seen, for the most part, so it was a must for my family and friends to go out and explore the areas he is said to roam. As practically everyone in our town has had an encounter, we asked around town first for some good leads, and a lot of good online research shows that the Mothman lives in these old World War II bunkers just a few miles north of town. Allegedly, the bunkers were old bomb warehouses in the 40s and 50s, but after the war, the government closed up the bunkers and turned the surrounding land into a state park, patrolled by park rangers. Naturally, we sped through the back roads until we found the park, and after an hour of driving around the forest in broad daylight, we decided to get out and finally walk around. Immediately, we came to these paths with chains going across, eliminating vehicular travel, so we walked through. About 100 yards down the trail, we came upon a small clearing. Immediately walking into this clearing, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and my heart seemed to skip every other beat. There, on the other side of the small clearing, stood a large concrete bunker, overgrown with the forest around it, like nature had reclaimed its territory. I honestly did not expect to find anything there, so upon seeing this, the story suddenly became that much more real. Gathering our courage, my friend and I walked up to the bunker together, which was clearly padlocked with one of those really heavy solid steel padlocks. The first thing and probably most intimidating thing we noticed was the bright caution sign on the door, warning us of highly explosive contents. That was scary enough in and of itself. But being the idiotic 16-year-old I was, I laughed to my friends to try to impress them, and I put my ear against the solid metal door, listening in for anything. But it was silent. I then grabbed the long metal door handle and shook the door with all of my might, but of course it barely budged, despite being probably 60 or 70 years old. We took plenty of pictures, and then moved to find more bunkers all on separate paths down the road a bit more. Nothing out of the ordinary happened, but for some reason, my mother refused to return to that first bunker we came across. All she would say was that it gave her an uneasy feeling of dread, and she desired to puke the closer she got. This was honestly kind of unnerving to hear. My mother has dealt with far worse things many times before, often with the supernatural, and she has been barely fazed by those. But something was different about this place. Beyond that, nothing happened regarding the Mothman for a while. That was until this summer, nearly 2 years later. This happened about a month and a half ago. Myself and 5 of my closest friends all went on a camping trip to my parents' property near Point Pleasant, in the hopes that we could enjoy one last outing together, as most of us were leaving for the military relatively soon. At the time, we were all 18 except for our friend Dylan, who was 25. It was our first night there. We were sitting around the campfire telling jokes and stories, just being average teenagers. All in all, our night was going really well, until about 3 in the morning, when my friend Dylan excused himself to go to the bathroom. The rest of us continued on hanging out and laughing, when a few moments later, Dylan returned with a concerned expression on his face. When we asked him what was up, he told us it sounded like a deer was wounded, down the slope a little bit. He was a big animal guy, despite being a stone-faced Army combat veteran, which made us chuckle a little bit. I told him that as we're on top of a mountain, the sound travels very well, and that it was probably nothing, but he insisted that it was nearby and that we had to go check it out. So, admittedly a little curious myself, I agreed, and our friends Brian and Luke stayed by the camp, while Dylan, Han, Mickey, and myself went over to check it out. As soon as we left the vicinity of the fire, we could hear the groans of a wounded deer carrying through the trees. It did indeed sound close, so we followed the noise until we reached a large ravine with no way across. We stopped to assess our situation, and we noticed the cries of the deer had suddenly stopped. In fact, every night creature had stopped making any kind of noise, and only the gentle flow of the wind through the trees remained. This creeped us out, wondering if there was a predator nearby, as bears, mountain lions, and coyotes, and all sorts of poisonous snakes roamed these woods. Dylan and myself thankfully brought guns. He was carrying a 12-gauge Remington shotgun, and I had with me a semi-automatic Colt AR-15, both very capable of handling a bear or mountain lion. After 15 minutes of searching for a way to cross the ravine, we gave up and we began to head back the way we came. But the moment we got about 5 steps away, the groaning of the deer started again, louder and more drawn out than before, so we turned around, but again it stopped. This irritated my friend Han, who then stomped down toward the edge of the ravine, shining his light below. Just then, his flashlight cut out, and before anyone else could react, we all felt a massive gust of air, along with an enormous presence looming before us. But we could see nothing but black. Then the ground beneath me gave out, and Han and I found ourselves tumbling down the ravine. We both hit the bottom hard, and we got up quickly. We scrambled for the flashlight or the gun, or anything to use to feel less defenseless. We could hear yelling and running above us as I scrambled for the rifle. Then it all went by like a blur, until we found ourselves back at the top of the ravine, gun in hand, running back to our campsite. We ran for what seemed like an hour, despite only hiking 15 minutes down the ravine. We both dropped instinctively when a shotgun blast rang through the air, and as we got back up, another shot went off, and another, and then silence. It was only then that I realized my leg was bleeding and Han was crying. We sat for a few moments listening and scanning the trees around us, when suddenly Han grabbed my shoulder and yelled for me to shoot it. Just shoot the thing. At that, I sprung around to see 2 red eyes staring at us from a tall tree. It was only about 200 feet away and 30 feet up. I froze and I was unable to shoot. I was mesmerized by those blood-red eyes. They seemed to have a glow about them. My sense of ease scared me even more, and it clearly shook Han as he just grabbed my shoulder and ran. We ran as fast as we were humanly capable of, until we finally broke onto the ridgeline into the camp, where everyone else was already scrambling. Immediately, we packed our things, got into the truck, and peeled out of there as fast as possible. No one spoke the whole way home, and it was only after 3 days of being back that we asked Dylan what happened with him and Mickey. He said that they began to run back, and upon realizing we weren't following, they turned back, where this thing, as he said, stepped into their path. He said he didn't have time to study its body. All he noticed was its immense height, wings, and those damned red eyes. He said that he thought it was a man, us perhaps, before he noticed those eyes. He said he didn't think, he just reacted and shot at the thing multiple times, then turned back. But Mickey never had a chance to see it like he did. None of us except Han told our parents, and Hans didn't believe him apparently, and now he won't ever bring it up. Since then, I've been obsessively researching the Mothman, knowing beyond a shadow of a doubt that this is what we saw in those woods. Since then, my family has returned to our property multiple times, and we've had no weird encounters with the Mothman, surprisingly. Was he hunting us for stalking too close to his home at those bunkers? I don't really know. But I do plan on returning to the bunkers to find out more about this creature. So maybe there will be another tale to tell soon. Though I admit, I get cold sweats now when I simply think about going back there. High Cliffs, Wendigo. From Anonymous. Location, Wisconsin. I used to go camping almost all the time, really, whenever my parents would suggest it. I remember I would always get so excited too. Needless to say, after this experience, I'm not so keen on taking a trip into the wilderness. To clarify, I was almost 13 by the time of this story. As of writing this, I'm a couple of months away from being 21. The only reason I'm sharing this story is due to the fact one of my closest friends suggested we take a trip there over the weekend. I adamantly said no, for very good reason. Now, before I get too off track, let's get into this. So, 13-year-old me was going on a camping trip over the summer. It wasn't a typical one either. It was a large family gathering as we traveled up to High Cliff. It was a trip for the rehab my mother was attending, specifically for the patients who were near the end of their recovery. Truthfully, despite what I experienced, I was so proud of her, and I was happy that the trip on her part was magical. The first few days, there was nothing out of the ordinary. I was just peeved over the typical things any lazy preteen would hate, like walking for miles on end on gravel roads to various sites, all while my mother was having fun and my father was strapped with watching me and my brother, Turk. To this day, I have to applaud the man for putting up with it. Regardless, the first week was pretty fun. Since High Cliff is in Wisconsin and on the edge of Lake Winnebago, there were some definite gorgeous sights. Seeing boats in the water from huge towers, looking through the woods at limestone walls and cliffs. It was truly beautiful, but I guess that's where it gets you. The night everything changed for me was the first day of the second week. It was about 6:30 p.m. My dog Sophie wanted a walk, and my mother was busy at a group activity. My dad and my brother were lounging around the campsite for the group and working on gutting some fish for dinner. I opted against interrupting and took Sophie on a walk about a mile to the nature walk, which I'd heard about. By the time I got there, it was dark. But I didn't mind. The moon was almost full, and it hung high that night, despite a bit of overcast clouds. Sophie walked ahead of me by a few feet, considering I didn't put her on a leash. She was always well behaved, so I never worried about her running off. She was a purebred husky and trained to be a show dog. I didn't have a doubt about her staying close to me. We both walked for a good 15 or so minutes before hitting the end of the nature walk. We were met with a cliff and an opening displaying the lake, which even had a natural limestone bench for me to sit down at. Amazing. For a few moments I just sat there watching the lake. A few people were sailing by on its now still waters, and after squinting, I could see a few people docking for the night. I didn't really notice anything was wrong, until I saw Sophie stand up and begin to growl to my left, directly into the woods. I couldn't see what she was seeing, but the hair along her spine rose above the rest, ears down, tail lowered. It was a warning stance. She was telling this intruder to stay away. When I shouted at her, she would not listen to me. I stood up and I yelled again, "Sophie, come here!" But once more, she had no regard for my command. I went up to touch the scruff at her neck, and she barked at me, as if to tell me not to distract her, her eyes still trained on the woods the whole time. I strained through the dark, but I still could not see what Sophie saw. My hand flew to the small pocket flashlight that I had shoved into my jeans, then I whipped it out, turning it on. It took me a few moments, but when I found what she was barking at, my veins turned to frost. It was a good 100 feet away or so, but it was a pallid white, almost gray, an opalescent tone to the creature's skin. I could not see its face because of how tall it was, but I did see hands and feet. They were like long and sharp claws, with no real way to discern where the nails began and the flesh ended, and its feet, or rather hooves, dug into the soil. I moved the flashlight around and found the creature was dirty, very much so, covered in what I assumed to be dirt and mud and other things. And when it moved, I felt the tightening in my throat grow more apparent, and my entire physical being shuddered. Its movement also spurred Sophie to charge at the thing. I couldn't catch her collar quick enough. It scraped against my fingers, maybe even giving me some sort of fabric burn from her quick takeoff. I couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear and anger. Besides her, I was all alone. Sophie had been my sole comfort in this horror show, and now, there I was standing in the dark, in the woods all alone. I didn't dare move, and I knew I had to find my dog. If I didn't, and I somehow survived, it would be my parents that ended me. So, with tears pouring down my cheeks, I called with a quivering voice, "Sophie! Sophie, where are you, girl?" No response, at least not for a few seconds, until I heard a distant whimper. She was in there with that thing. Now, I'm not a brave woman by any means. Even if I'm a horror buff, I'm easily spooked. This was no exception. I hesitantly walked forward into the barrier of the large canopy of trees, and I frantically searched, sure to keep a line of sight on the nature walk's path. I walked about 200 or 300 feet before I quite literally stumbled upon Sophie. She was cowering and whimpering behind a shrub, licking herself. With a quick movement of my flashlight, I saw there was a long and deep scratch on her leg. It wasn't too deep, but it was enough to cause concern for me, and it seemed to hobble her. As the fear reinvigorated itself in me, something else scared me even more. There was a voice, distorted and low, but it sounded like some odd playback from a record, or rather a recording of my own voice.
"Where are you, Sophie?"
It was close, somewhere in front of me. I looked up, and I made eye contact with it. I could see what would or should have been a face, but it appeared to be more like a skull of an animal on a huge and lanky body. I shouted at Sophie. She struggled to stand. You know that trope with adrenaline? It's pretty true. I dove onto my hands and knees, scooping up Sophie into my thin arms, ditching the flashlight, turning on my heel and running. I felt like I was on autopilot. At 13 years old, I was a short, chubby, unfit girl. Even so, I somehow managed to lift a 70-pound dog of almost pure muscle and run away onto the path. I could hear branches snapping under the quick movements and heavy weight of that monster as I ran. My legs and lungs burned. I wanted to stop every moment, but I knew I couldn't. It was right on my heels. I didn't know how long I would be running for. It was night. Hardly anyone but the camp's rangers would be out at this time, not to mention the distance away from my camp, and lastly, the distance I had to sprint to the gravel road and out of the nature walk. I really don't know how. I don't know why it didn't catch us. It had to have had such a huge advantage. Bigger, faster, probably calm compared to our panic. Even so, the second my feet slammed onto gravel, I heard the thing stop inches from me on the road. I turned to see a horrifying gaze never leaving me. And then, after several moments, it backed up in a crawling stance, then turned. slowly retreating into the woods after a long road. Probably out of frustration or warning. I don't know. Even so, I trudged back to my campsite, sobbing. Everyone was gathered around their campfires, winding down for the evening. Apparently, I did have someone looking for me too. When I arrived, one of the older women scolded me for running off, saying my parents were worried sick. They had taken their truck to look for me and had headed off to the ranger station. After I frantically apologized, she realized, or more acknowledged, my disheveled state, as well as my dog's injury. She changed from the typical hard A to a sweet old lady. She had me sit Sophie down and clean her up, asking exactly what happened. My mind quickly turned to a lie, one I thought was horrible, but I had to come up with something. I was going on a nature walk and playing fetch with her. She must have bumped into something sharp and gotten hurt. She didn't pry. I was clearly upset, and I told her I was tired, which was true. How couldn't I be after that? The second Sophie was taken care of, she limped into my family's tent and climbed onto my cot, curling up to sleep. After scarfing down some fish and a s'more, I went to sleep, considering it was about 8 or 9 at the time. That night it rained hard. Even with the tarp my father put up for insurance, rain still seeped through the cloth ceiling over me. It wasn't Sophie who woke me up that night, but the loud downpour of rain and the drips that hit my face. I sat up, kicking my feet into the floor, then quickly withdrew them back into my warm blankets. Water was flooding up through the floor of the tent, and with a quick look with my tent's lantern, I could see a good 2 or so inches bubbling up. I shivered, then laid back down, trying to will myself back to sleep. Unfortunately, that wouldn't happen. Even through the clattering of breaking branches, I heard a twig snap, one that wasn't caused by the weather. I didn't think much of it until the constant flashing of lightning revealed a long and gangly, familiar shadow. I instantly knew what it was when my dog began to cower, burying her head in my hands. It was on my left side, right next to where my cot was in the corner. I began to cry again, and I sunk into my covers. It just stood there, its breathing ragged and slow, maybe even calculated. For minutes, I sat frozen with nothing but a sheet of polyester fabric as a barrier between me and it. I cried silently, cold, hard fear filling me. Then, thankfully, the couple adjacent to me stirred. The man's girlfriend screamed, and I thought she saw it for a second, until I heard her yelling about how their tent was floating from the flood. For whatever reason, the creature stirred and left. I'm guessing it was because it realized that there were more people here than just me, and whomever else was in my tent. I watched it leave, well, listened for it to leave. When it was gone, I slammed into my bed and hugged onto Sophie for dear life. It took me a long time, but eventually I did go back to sleep. From then on, I was a shut-in for the rest of the trip, if that was even possible to do while camping. I didn't leave the campsite unless absolutely necessary, and I always took care to have at least one other person with me, along with Sophie. By the end of the week, I was very happy to pack up and go. I never wanted to go back, and I thought I never would. I didn't know what the thing was until a few years later, when I heard a random tale online. It was something called a Wendigo, and somehow I survived one. Now at 20, I'm finally taking the chance this weekend with my best friend to spend Saturday there. Wish me luck. I have a feeling I'm gonna need it.
No matter how much I wish it wasn't, this story is completely true. I wasn't drunk and I wasn't high on any drugs. Neither was my friend, but I fear his state of mind might have been permanently altered due to his experience with these beings. Secondly, I like to consider myself a rational, thinking type of person with years of experience hunting and hiking around my hometown in Wyoming. I've seen all kinds of fauna and flora, so I didn't confuse what I saw for something entirely different. It all started when I went to a friend's house to celebrate his birthday. He was turning 18, and I was already 18 myself. His uncle, a man more native to the land than myself, was 27. Let's call this friend James. I finally got to his house at about 4 p.m. that night. It was January 25th. Since he effectively lived in the middle of nowhere and at the foothills of the Rockies, I was keen on bringing something with me in case I ran into some trouble, like a bear or something of the like. So I brought along with me a .357 Magnum and some binoculars in case my friend wanted to try and hunt some coyotes with his .223 rifle. We started doing our normal routine for most of the day, playing games on his computer, watching some TV, and just chilling out and talking about school. His parents were away on a business trip to a nearby town, so they left James and his uncle the house to themselves. The thing that James loved the most in the world was easily his dogs. He had 2 chocolate labs and a golden retriever. The retriever was actually fairly old. This being Wyoming and people not really giving a hoot, the dogs were left out all day. They came and went as they pleased back to his house. Sometime around 8 or 9 p.m., we heard his dogs begin barking at something off in the distance. At this point, the sun was long gone, but the full moon gave an amazing amount of light. I looked through the nearby window in the direction of the dogs barking. Even with the moon shining against the snow, I could not see anything up to the tree line that was nearly a mile away. "There's nothing there," I said. "Are you sure? They don't even bark at deer anymore," James whispered to me. The whole situation was weird. Fast forward an hour, and his dogs have not been heard or seen since the barking started. His uncle was buzzed and watching something on their huge TV. James was beginning to worry that something happened to his dogs. Now, wolves can still be dangerous in the Rockies, and they have no problem taking down a random dog that wanders into the woods. This is the moment where I started to get anxious, partly because he wanted to get his dog back, and partly because wolves sometimes kill sheep or even cows. So if they were desperate, I'm sure they would have no problem with us. Even still, those dogs were his family. So we grabbed our guns and we headed outside. We were armed with heavy clothing, as well as my .357, the binoculars, and his .223 rifle. We braced ourselves and we headed out into the Wyoming winter with temperatures 20 below freezing, going the direction of where we last saw his dogs. The whole time we walked toward the tree line, my veins were being flooded with adrenaline, the same feeling I got every time I hunted, but tonight we definitely weren't hunters. We were about 300 yards away from the tree line when James suddenly stopped. With my eyes trained on the ground and looking for signs of an animal, I almost ran into him. He just stared at the tree line. He kept whispering for me to look at the trees. Slowly, he raised his left index finger towards the foothills of the mountains. As soon as he knew I was looking towards the trees, he readied his rifle and pointed it towards them. I noticed at this point that his breathing was extremely rapid and raspy, like he just witnessed a fatal car crash right in front of him. At that point, I honestly didn't know what he was talking about. I scanned the tree line over and over. I crouched down to sit on the snow. I used the binoculars towards where he pointed. It took me about 30 seconds, but eventually I saw what scared the hell out of him. There was something out there, and it wasn't human, and it wasn't his dogs. Something on 4 legs came out from behind a tree at the edge of the forest. It must have been about 3 feet tall at the shoulder. Of course, at first I assumed it was a wolf, or maybe even a small bear. A few seconds later, several more of these things came out of the woods. I didn't pause to try and count them, but there was at least 6 or 7, and who knows how many more were hiding in the trees still. We watched them slowly walk out of the trees for several minutes. These animals seemed strangely cautious or slow for whatever reason. Maybe they were scared of people. Then they eventually stopped as a howl from a dog or wolf came out from behind us. It was far enough away for us to not worry about it, but close enough for the unknown animals out there to hear the howl as well. I looked back through the binoculars and could almost make out the general texture of these creatures. They were now about 275 yards away. They looked pale and thin. They still appeared to be something like wolves or even large dogs, but my heart began to race when I saw what they did next. These things, whatever they were, picked up their pace fast, reaching speeds of what looked like 15 to 20 miles per hour, judging from how fast they closed their distance to the direction of the howl. And coincidentally, this was almost right at us. After a minute or so, James lost it and tried to get up to run away. I grabbed him and threw him on the ground as he started to run, but this caught the attention of the beasts, and they stopped. James and I, frozen with fear, sat down in the snow, weapons ready. I almost lost it as well when I noticed that the eyes of these things reflected the moonlight. They were orange in color. They didn't really glow like in some stories of cryptids. They were more piercing. We stared at them, and they stared back at us for what seemed like hours until one of these creatures stood up on its back legs. At this moment, all of my knowledge on hunting and animals was meaningless. I knew that some animals could stand up on their back legs, but they could never do it very long. I audibly counted to see how long it stayed like that. 5 seconds, 10, 15. Then James screamed and pointed his .223 to the right. I looked in his direction, and I saw a creature on the left side of the group begin to get up, and it ran away from the pack. Dumbfounded, I turned my attention to the rest of them, and I told James to keep watching the one that ran away. I do a quick count of the ones that remained, the ones that were staring us down. There were only 4. My heart pounded out of my chest. There was no way we could have lost something so large on these plains. They're completely flat and covered in snow. I looked to our left, and then I saw it. It was crouched down and trying not to be seen. I realized how smart these things were, much smarter than I would have ever expected. These things, they were flanking us. I whispered to James my suspicions of what's going on, and he had the same thought. I made up a quick plan in my head, and I relayed it to James, our best course of action. I told him to start backing away slowly, but to always maintain eye contact. As soon as I finished telling him my idea, I do another quick count. Now only 3 pairs of orange eyes. Another one went somewhere. The one that first stood was starting to walk towards us. I helped James up, and I told him to keep an eye on our right side, while I looked to the left. We backed away, but these beasts walked with us, maintaining their distance the whole time. Eventually, we were only about 100 yards from his house before we turned and ran to his front door. We booked it towards his porch lights, no longer caring to be coy about the situation. Foolishly, I stopped 50 feet short of the porch, and I turned around. Maybe it was curiosity. I don't know, but I regretted it the moment I did it. My body seized up the moment I saw it. Those creatures stopped as soon as I made eye contact. With the creatures ever so slightly illuminated by the porch lights, I realized that these things seemed otherworldly. They were tall, probably 6 or 7 feet, and they were insanely thin and lanky, almost like a basketball player. They were so pale, and they stared right back with these intense orange eyes from before. I just looked back, less afraid but more curious, and a few seconds later, James screamed, "What are you doing?" I pulled myself out of the weird trance I found myself in, and I sprinted towards his house. I jumped inside and bolted the door, all while his drunk uncle swore at us for making too much noise. I looked out of the windows with my gun in hand, but I didn't see a thing. Nothing but fresh tracks. I pulled the curtains back where they were, and we heard the strangest noise, anything other than a person I've ever heard. It sounded like a dog's howl, but it repeated, almost like it was coming from a Siamang gibbon, in repeated pulses in different pitches and tones. The uncle looked like he instantly sobered up after hearing it, and he started locking all the doors and windows in the house. To our surprise, all of James's dogs were back, but they were very frightened and confused, cowering in a corner. We watched through the windows for almost the entire night until I eventually needed to fall asleep, but we never had any other problems since. Whatever these things were, they were fast, they were smart, and they were nothing I've ever seen before. It looked like some strange dog man straight from tribal legend. I'm not a superstitious type of guy, but I hope it was somehow just a really elaborate dream, even if my friend and his uncle can recall the night too.